Dude, that fucking rocks. Yes. I want to say thank you to Grizz. He gave me a. Yes, this is Grizz. He gave me a little piece of something there. Damn, that looks sweet. I want to watch that again. That is freaking awesome. What's up, everybody? Let me get to the top here. Freaking awesome. I'm blown away. I'm fucking blown away. Oops, wrong thing. Meant to do my background, not that. Good evening. Wow. Freaking amazing. What's up, Kevin Kraft? I got your message earlier, buddy. So we'll be doing some Jackbox tonight after the show. And then maybe getting into some pool after that. I want to make sure we actually do get some games in, and I know Jackbox works for sure, so we'll do that. Play some Jackbox tonight. And then after that, we can do some pool and stuff and see if it'll get if we get that thing hooked up and worked out. Good evening, Kevin. Good evening, Pam. What's up, Kitty? Thank you for the pay. I'm not sure who sent me the PayPal. Thank you for whoever sent me the PayPal. Yeah, I gotta rewatch some of that live. I passed out watching it. As soon as my hubby gets finished, nice. You know, I miss some fantasy sports, Pam. I really do. I miss some fantasy sports, but man, I love this. I love this show too much, so I don't want to take away from the show, and I know fantasy sports can do that. Yeah, for some reason, Kevin. Here, I saw Cassie in here too. Hold on one second. Let me throw some links up for everybody. Here's Cassie's links. Let me get Kevin. Kevin, for some reason, I don't know where your Facebook link went, but I'll just go to the Facebook page and just post the link there. So give me 1 second, and I'll have Kevin Kraft's Facebook link coming up here. So there's that. Let me see, and then we'll add the Facebook link to there. All right. And we'll just put them all in one. Thank you, Grizz, for that so much, dude. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. I'm so excited. Once we get computers, I made it back before I did. Okay. Yeah, we'll be doing some Jackbox tonight for sure. Nice. What intro? What intro's gone? What do you mean? I'm gonna have my because my stream starting soon is gonna be its own thing, and then instead of me doing the 30-second countdown, my countdown's gonna be that freaking video, yo. We ain't doing this 30-second thing no more. It's gonna once it's on, that video's dropping, baby. We ain't using that 30-second countdown no more. Not after that. We're gonna be using that video. Yeah, and Grizz, if you're not able to send it through the email, the actual file for me to upload to StreamYard, I can always because I for my intro for the show with the guitar in the background, I use Twitch for that. So I could probably use Twitch and my program, my Lightstream program, to actually use the YouTube video, then to actually do that as well. So if that don't work out, is badass, and as long as I can play it off YouTube, and it has to be a public video for me to be able to make something on Twitch with it. Did you erase my nice welcome? What? Having an on and off? Oh no, are you sick? Aw. Good evening, SRB. Pam. Kilt. Low Country on CNN. What's Low Country again? Let's see. Yes, I took a nap. I had to. I haven't got very much sleep this whole week, actually. Just my body from my job. Depending on what I'm working on. Certain things I gotta build, put a number on my lower back, but other stuff, most of it's not that bad. It's just certain stuff. It just puts a strain. Yeah, I was getting my show. I apologize. Is Alex that did something to that boy in that Buster? I wouldn't put. Oh, you think so, huh? I was thinking maybe even Cousin Eddie could have had maybe possibly something to do with that. Damn you, Bautismo. But thank you, too. They're saying it happened not far from Moselle property. So it makes you think it could be Alex even more. I don't know. It's just a feeling. Really? Well, I'll open up the... we're just going to be kind of doing a deep dive into the case. Kind of just basically scrounging all this information together. So if you have a notebook and a pen, go ahead and join me because I got mine. We need to get a timeline. We need to get the evidence, what doesn't match up, questions about the evidence, questions about all this. See, that's why I love this so much, and I love, nobody is wrong. And, I wouldn't have never even thought about Alex maybe being a possibility. So, yeah, we should definitely look into that too. I got a bunch of links. Thank you, everybody. Ooh, you got something? GTS. Yes. Oh, nice. You have to let us. What color? What's up, Cassie? What color? If you have anything, you can go ahead and send them here. Damn, 50 cents. Nice. What's up, Bruin? can't wait to hear. I haven't paid much attention to this part of the. Yeah, I hadn't either, but this shit's crazy brewing. Uh, and for anybody that hasn't checked out this episode, let me pull up. Hold on here. I'm gonna shoot everybody a link, whether in live or replay, of the episode we did earlier this week on the connection.
Or did this rumor come about after?
Holy shit, everybody. Now we do some of the links I got were some of the videos that we did play before, but that's okay because we're going to be starting off with a deep dive. So we might be playing some stuff that we played for before. I anticipate this is going to be a long show. I already anticipated that last night when I made the decision to go ahead and do 2 shows today, and this was going to be one of them. And honestly, I'm ready to put it. I know everybody, it's long nights, and I know most people ain't gonna probably make this, but I'm willing to set aside 4 or 5, maybe even 6 hours tonight to really get a deep dive tonight. We're gonna do a deep dive tomorrow. We're gonna do another deep dive tomorrow night as well, but we're gonna be on earlier tomorrow night. I'll be on at 6 o'clock p.m. Central, 7 p.m. Eastern, with working also, and it will be ending around 10 o'clock or so my time, so it'll be about a 4-hour show. So we'll get 4, 5, 6 hours tonight, another 4 hours tomorrow night, and that should be a decent amount where we can get a pretty good idea of everything, and we can all be pretty knowledgeable about the case. I really think. And don't forget, Tuesday, open panel, thoughts and opinions on all of this stuff we're going to be talking about over the next few days. What a great show last Tuesday. I'm thinking about every Tuesday. How about we have just a night where I just sit back and let you guys talk. You tell me your thoughts and opinions. Come up here and voice them, voice your concerns, everything. I enjoyed it. I think it was really cool. I know I'm late to the chat, but Kevin, I'm back and I didn't erase anything. Don't be pointing fingers. And thank you, whoever sent me that PayPal. I'll have to double check when I get done with the show. It doesn't tell me. It says a first name. What? Yeah, if anybody wants to hop up, anybody's more than welcome. We're just going to be doing a deep dive into this stuff, learning about it together, really learning about it together. So really, if you have a notebook and a pen, I really need your help with this timeline and this stuff that don't match up, because there is so much that doesn't make sense. Just knowing the little that we do, there's so much that doesn't make sense. And it's going to take all of us in order to get this thing correct, respectful.
So much it doesn't make sense.
What's up, Kib Kitty?
Ooh,
look at
how's it
those.
going?
Oh, it's going good. Just chilling. You're not feeling good?
I've just been off today. I don't know what the deal is. I can't get comfortable. My ribs and stuff hurt, and I don't know. Just feel a little off today.
Hopefully you're not getting sick.
Oh, I'm not sick. I'm just very uncomfortable right now.
Yeah. What about a hot shower, real quick?
No.
No?
Maybe I'll soak in the tub tomorrow, but
Yeah. I know when I get that way, I'd take a hot ass shower, rub the shit out of my face, just sit there and let it hit me.
oh, by the way, it was Kelt that sent you the PayPal.
Oh, I'm so late on chat, sorry. And thank you, Kel. And no police lights today. I got stopped, man. That sucks. What'd you think, Kip Kitty? What'd you think of the frickin' intro that Grizz put together so far? Isn't that badass?
Oh my gosh, that was so good.
Wow. I woke up from
Hats
my
off
nap.
to Grizz.
Yeah, I woke up from my nap and I was like, oh shit, there it is. I clicked on it and I just sat there and I was like, I watched it a few times and I was just like, fuck yeah. I was like, fuck yeah. That shit was awesome. Seriously, bravo, man. Bravo. I am so pumped. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. I really do. Like it's like Christmas. It's
I
awesome.
want to.
I had to
I want
watch
to
it
say
2
thank
times.
you to SRB and Cassie.
Why? What's up? I'm late on chat. I'm still getting there.
They're just sending me hugs.
Oh, what's up, Punksy? Yeah, that intro is badass. Yeah, I got some transparent logos and stuff, that I have for the store and the show and stuff. I'll send you some
Yeah.
transparent logos and stuff, Grizz, if you want. I don't know what you'd want or anything, but man, that is so badass. Man. Yeah, we'll do some trivia. If not, we'll figure out. I gotta figure out a night, that's for sure, with this trivia. It's just, I don't know with this case. There's so much to it, There really is. There's gonna be a lot to go over. Might be a little bit of jumping back and forth, too.
I just want to say I love you guys too.
Aw.
They're all so nice in the chat.
Yeah, I got a shit ton. Miss Liberty. I'm sure I'm late. I'll send you the final cut tomorrow with a direct link. Oh, thank you. No, it was probably my StreamYard that was doing it. Once I get it downloaded, it should be pretty close to. Does my intro skip? Or was it just because it could be YouTube bugging too.
I didn't notice it skipping.
No? Okay. I'm at work with 10.5 hours left. Ooh, all sounds good to me. I'm going to figure out how to do it, though. I want to hop up, but can't.
So you're having a guest on Monday?
Incorporate into intro. Okay. What's up, Kip Kitty? I'm sorry.
I said you're having a guest on Monday?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be having a guest on Monday night show.
Cool.
Yeah, so we'll do a deep dive tonight, deep dive tomorrow, Monday night, and then Tuesday night, open panel, so you can share your guys' thoughts and opinions on all of the shows that we're doing the next few nights. I want to hear what you guys think about it all. What you guys think about the case, the evidence, how you're out of the realm ideas or thoughts that you think might have taken place instead, we'll just mix it all together. Yeah, I didn't notice anything either. Yes, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I did hear something today I watched that it shouldn't be long now that they what do they call that? Exhume a body? Gloria?
What?
Satterfield?
Oh, yeah. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, Sled said it'll probably happen pretty soon.
I figured they were gonna do that because when they're they're doing the case and stuff, I was like, yeah, they're gonna exhume because they're gonna take a look at how the bones broke, and that's gonna tell them what really happened.
Now her son Tony said he thinks it was an accident, but if they find something, then fine. But
I did see something about that. The lawyer was saying he didn't think she was unalived.
Yeah, he thinks it was an accident.
That's crazy.
If they do find something, then that's great. But he thinks it was an accident.
That is crazy, though. Her lawyer's saying that.
Yeah.
So the son's wanting her taken back out and examined.
He would rather he would rather they not exhume her, but he agreed to it in case they do find something suspicious.
So who's the ones
Spled
that are
wants to exhume.
really?
Yeah.
You said that. Huh. That's kind of creepy.
Yeah. I mean, the son's not going to fight the exhumation because Sled will get a court order to do it even if he doesn't agree to it.
So that's interesting. I thought that if the family members don't want it to take place, and
well, I guess
the lawyer's
Sled
not
could get
pushing
a court
it.
order.
Really?
Yeah.
So they think that there's evidence otherwise? It's interesting that they're like wanting to investigate all this stuff now when they could have did it a long ass time ago.
Well, I think now that we know who the real Alex Murdaugh is, he's capable of anything. You know?
They knew.
Yeah.
They knew who Alex Murdaugh was. They just looked the other way about some things, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, I think that's a new division that was created, but it's still part of the same people. So, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of looking the other way in this case.
Yeah.
But ultimately, they won't win that argument. So the family could fight it, but they probably wouldn't win.
Yeah, they're not going to fight it. They don't believe it was anything but an accident.
Wow.
I just want to pinch her cheeks.
So cute. Look at that hair. She loves snuggles. Who wouldn't, right? Aw.
So
the family
adorable.
can fight it, but they ultimately won't win that argument. Yeah. All right. Well, I got 21 videos of stuff. I want to thank you guys for your links. We got some stuff I watched before, some stuff I haven't checked out yet. And I guess Buster Murdaugh is being stalked. They're having to file a restraining order because of as soon as Alec was found guilty, right after that, you heard the people screaming, "Buster's next."
Yeah.
And I guess now people are harassing him. So
yeah, JLR was in the police report.
Whoa, it was on him?
Yeah, yeah.
What? That's why everybody's talking about him right now? Is because it was him?
Yes. She gave, his girlfriend gave JLR's name. And JLR said, I wasn't even near the car. I wasn't near the apartment. And when the police came, the police told the media, you're not breaking any laws because of where you're standing. It's public property. Just don't go near the apartment or near the vehicles.
Good evening, Allison. How are you doing tonight? It was
she gave JLR's name.
No way. That's why everybody was talking about him.
Yeah, he was on Vinny. TV.
Oh, Court TV?
JLR was.
On Court TV with Vinny?
Yeah, last night.
So JLR was on Court TV?
In an interview with Vinny.
I didn't see that come across my feed. If anybody has that, I mean, it's pertaining to the case because it has to do with Buster Murdaugh, and Buster Murdaugh is tied to this case. As of right now, he might not be tomorrow or the next night after we start kind of going through stuff. Yeah. Yep, there's the email here. Kevin Kraft at myyahoo.com, Grizz. Speaking to Grizz, it was JLR. That's crazy. You didn't recognize his voice? Whose voice? What are we?
What do you mean?
I don't know. Whose voice didn't I recognize?
I don't know.
I don't know either. JLR was the guy that yelled out to. Yeah. Yep.
I can see him doing that.
Oh, his voice. No, no. When I was watching the part where I seen somebody screaming "Buster's next," I could barely even hear that person yell. So no. Okay, now I get what Kelt was asking. If I didn't notice the voice, yeah, I didn't notice the voice. I had no idea. I know that people were starting to talk about him on YouTube. You know, it's going over the sub list and shit, but I just didn't pay attention to it. I was more focused on Aaron Brockovich earlier today, and then the Stephen Smith stuff. So there's stuff I was seeing I wasn't even batting an eye twice. It wasn't on my focus. Listen, Court TV had Sharon too from Voices of Quentin Simon. Yeah, that is pretty awesome that Court TV, News Nation are going to YouTubers. I think that's really awesome. Seriously. Because, you know, it's I mean, come on, some of these experts that they have on there just say some crazy ass fucking shit, like way crazier than the shit that we even think might be happening. You know, and it's like,
Right.
dude, come on. Let's expand our sources. Yeah, it's nice to see you in, Allison. Thank you for hopping in.
Hey,
Appreciate
Allison.
All right, there's Baby Liberty. Thank you for that. And let me see here. I'm so excited about this. Where's it at? I'm so excited. I'm sorry, everybody. I gotta play this one more time. This is from Grizz here. Here's his page. Definitely give. Oh shoot. Definitely give a sub. Give me 1 second. I just gotta watch this one more time. I just gotta watch it one more time. In progress. Intro in progress. Thank you so much. This is so awesome. So awesome. Oh, so badass. Thank you so much.
That hand reminds me of Freddy Krueger.
That shit just pumps. Yeah, Freddy Krueger. That's my favorite horror movie too. Or horror movies. I love Freddy Krueger. Always been my favorite. Oh my gosh, that is so badass. Yeah. Yeah, so from now on, you're still going to have the guitar little intro thing. And then after that, then instead of that 30-second countdown that you always get from StreamYard, nah, that's going to be my countdown. Because if that doesn't get you pumped up to get you chatting and talking and getting your opinion out, I don't know what will. Screw that 30-second countdown. After when it's done, no more no more 30-second countdown. We're not doing that. It's that video. I'm so excited. Thank you. I appreciate you, Grizz, for real. I missed you when they were ganging up on me earlier this week. Mama Bear had my back a little bit, but I was like, "Where's Grizz?" I was like, "Where's Grizz?" Son of a bitch. Oh, thank you. It makes me like seriously. I'm so excited. That is so cool. All right, we're gonna switch. I just had to do it again. I just had to. It's so cool. Oh shoot! Hold on. We're talking about true crime. I need to throw up the crime scene tape. All right, we're locked and loaded and good to go. So, let me turn this music down a little bit too. It's probably a little too loud for the panel. I think we go about right there. And Kib Kitty, let me know if the music is a little too loud. But I think I've been putting it here and it's been cool.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. It's a good tool also because it helps block some of the non-copyright stuff. So like also if we're watching something where it could be a potential copyright block, playing music in the background and talking during the video also helps make it not become a copyright blocked thing or whatever. So that is another reason why I do play the music, is just to help out in any way that I can to make sure I can give you all of the content that I can give you guys. If you can outnumber us. Look at the chat. They're just going all over. You got 1 or 2 players.
Oh, geez.
Snap-on. Oh no.
Strap-on tools.
No, we're doing a special here. We can leave that in chat. Let's see. Thoroughly enjoyed talk. Yeah, that was pretty neat showing all of Cassie's nails. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so you can go back to the show. I wish I knew the timestamp. I'm gonna have to figure out the timestamp and then put it in the video. So that's pretty neat. Then we got to see Kevin's fish the night before. So the first hour and something, we got to see all the Kevin's fish and frogs and stuff. Pretty neat. I enjoyed that. Thank you guys. Thank you for the pictures of Liberty as well. Thank you guys for sharing all of your family members, whether they're animals or humans. They're all family, so I really appreciate you guys. It's just a part of you and your personality that we get to express over the show for everybody. So thank you. How you still digging your hat?
Oh, yeah, I haven't wore it yet. It's sitting on my coffee table. I'm looking at it.
Yeah. Nice.
Waiting on my sweatshirt.
Yeah. It's still. So when is that supposed to come in?
Should be any day.
Kelt's been asking about a t-shirt if they run small or something. Now I think they're like it does say the cotton, there's like a cotton polyester balance, and they're all different with the different colors that you choose from for the t-shirt. So if you go to order a t-shirt, just go down to the description and you'll see it'll tell you the cotton / polyester percentage. That's correct. They're all our family. I couldn't fall asleep. Oh, that shit's comedy. They cracked me up so much. Yeah, that was pretty funny that the frogs, anyone living... Yeah, I know. It's crazy, like the amount of snow that they're getting out there and everything. They had a dam fail. Yeah, send it to me and we'll check it out tomorrow. Because I'll probably be getting on either before or after Justice Serve Daily stream. She's got one coming up tomorrow, and I'm going to hang out in there and help moderate. I don't know. It might have changed because the last time I saw it one time and it was like 1, and then I saw it again and it changed to 2 or something, so I'm not sure. I haven't checked it since yesterday, but here's a link to JSD's channel. And actually, you know what? Here, I'll just click on it right now. 1 second. We'll just go check it out here real quick. It's 2 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Central for tomorrow's show. And let me put in the link to that. This is about Delphi. I do need to do a night on Delphi some night. I know I keep saying it. I just got to fit it in somewhere. Thank you, Cassie. Tomorrow at 2 Eastern, 1 Central. I'll be on there, so I'm going to either be getting on before or after that. And it'll it'll be before that, probably. So I'll probably be ending my show about 12:30 or something, and then I can get ready to hop in and help moderate and stuff. Get a hold
So
of
are you doing a show tomorrow evening?
Yeah, tomorrow evening I'm going to be doing a show from 6 to probably approximately 10 o'clock. Doing a show tomorrow night about the same stuff. We're going to be doing another show of more deep dive evidence, theories, what ideas, all this stuff. So I got my notebook and my pen ready to take a bunch of notes, try and make these timelines and what matches up with evidence, what don't. I mean, we have a lot of different videos to go over, and we might even come up with some new stuff tonight for tomorrow. So I have a feeling it's going to be a lot of note taking and a lot of trying to take this piece and put it here and this piece and put it there kind of stuff. There's a lot to it. I got 21 videos. Most are short, some are lengthy. So it's it's however long the show goes, it's not a problem because it's all about Stephen Smith, and it's all about trying to figure out, understand, and get the correct information out there, and make sure the right thing happens in this case, because it's pretty obvious once we start going into everything, it's pretty obvious the right thing didn't happen from the very get-go. And that's sad. So let me see here. Let's figure out what video am I going to start with here. So this was given to me. I apologize. I had so many links with this topic. So if you remember giving me this link, please shout yourself out in chat. This is from the channel Panic. Oh, they're so close too. They're 928 subscribers. If you're not subscribed to them, give them a subscribe real quick. Wow, almost at 1,000. They're almost there, so help bump them up. Really cool logo. Subscribe. Neon. Panic. Sometimes being queer can be murder. I don't know. That's odd. But I want to hear what they have to say about the Murdaws and the killing of Stephen Smith.
Intentional murder, a hate crime, or a hit and run. As the Alec Murdaugh trial captures world. "19-year-old Stephen Smith was a nursing student in Hampton County, South Carolina. In the early morning hours of July 8th, 2015, he was found dead lying in the middle of a dark country road. His death would be the first in a long line of heartaches and tragedies connected to Alec Murdaugh and his family. Was Stephen Smith's killing an intentional murder, a hate crime, or a hit and run? As the Alec Murdaugh trial captures worldwide attention, let's not forget what might have been the first victim to lose his life in a tidal wave of unchecked power and greed. Thanks for joining me for The Murdaughs and the Killing of Stephen Smith. As a note, I'm going to refer to Stephen Smith's death as a killing because no matter what finally becomes the manner of death, it wasn't a natural death. He was killed. In order to understand Stephen Smith's connection to the Murdaugh family, it helps to know about the trail of murders and deaths that might connect us back to a 19-year-old young man being found dead on a dark country road. Until recently, Alec Murdaugh was an attorney for a powerful and storied family in Hampton County, a part of South Carolina's Low Country. The Murdaughs had two sons, Paul and Richard. Everyone calls Richard Buster, so I will too. On June 7th, 2021, Paul was found dead along with his mother Maggie on the family's isolated property. The Murdaugh family has ruled the courts and influenced the legal system for at least 100 years in this tiny hamlet of South Carolina. At least they did until Alec Murdaugh's greed was exposed. As it turns out, this respected son of Hampton County had been stealing millions of dollars from his clients, his friends, and the family firm he represented. His financial malfeasance might have remained somewhat manageable if not for the events of February 29th, 2019, when witnesses reported that Alex Murdaugh's 19-year-old son, Paul, had drunkenly crashed the family boat into a bridge, throwing several of its passengers into the water. The body of one of those passengers, 19-year-old Mallory Beach, wouldn't be found until a week later. Ms. Beach's parents would later sue Alec Murdaugh, forcing him to reveal the details of his finances. It was this disclosure that set Murdaugh's world on fire, exposing a level of greed on a scale few in South Carolina could have imagined. Starting with Stephen's death, here's a brief timeline of the mayhem surrounding the Murdaugh families and all that it comes in contact with. July 8th, 2015, Stephen Smith is found dead. February 23rd, 2019, Paul Murdaugh and several of his friends are involved in a boat crash that leave 19-year-old Mallory Beach dead. March 2019, Beach's parents file a lawsuit. April 18th, 2019, Paul Murdaugh is charged with 3 felony counts in connection with the boat crash. He would later plead not guilty. June 7th, 2021, Alec Murdaugh calls 911 to report that his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul, have been shot and killed at the family's rural hunting property about 65 miles west of Charleston, South Carolina. June 22nd, 2021, state officials announce they're reopening investigations into the death of Stephen Smith based on information gathered during investigations into the murders of Maggie and Paul Murdaugh. July 14th, 2022, Alec Murdaugh is indicted on 2 counts of murder in the fatal shooting of his wife and son. With that timeline and bit of perspective, let's talk about the death and then the life of Stephen Smith. On July 8th, 2015, at 3:48 a.m., a driver called 911 to report a body lying across the yellow lines of Sandy Run Road. He told the operator he was concerned that someone might hit this person. When the police arrived, they discovered 19-year-old Stephen Smith's body. Smith's car would be found nearly 3 miles away, with his car's gas cap unscrewed, hanging down from the gas tank. They would all.
Okay, so I want to pause that for a minute just to respect the creator and to ask some questions. Why do you think the gas cap? It's one thing for the car to be found on the side of the road, and we'll get to the 911 call after this video if they don't have it in here. But why do you think the gas cap was here? And I'll rewind it just where it shows it. Why do you think the gas cap was found like that?
I think maybe they were setting it up to look like he was walking to go get gas, even though he wasn't. I don't know.
Yeah, because he was found 3 miles the other direction of the closest gas station.
Right.
So that's.
I think it's all part of the setup.
Okay. Does anybody know if they? So they probably didn't find any fingerprints, I'd suppose, but who knows? Because nothing's been really investigated like it should have been. I don't know.
I don't think they did fingerprints or anything because they called it a hit and run.
Yeah. I just thought with his body, if they were going to do that, then why wouldn't they, have put it towards the gas station and not, I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. So I don't know. I didn't know if that was just supposed to start the conversation of him maybe getting gas, even though 3 miles is quite a distance. So I just didn't understand that part. All right, we'll go back to the video. And if at any moment you want me to pause the video, Kitty, and you want to say something, let me know and I'll pause it.
Okay.
Car's gas cap unscrewed, hanging down from the gas tank. They would also find his wallet in the car. If you've been...
Sorry, and then to Kelts. Anyone else wonder if there is hidden offshore account involved with the Murdaugh with Alec? I think in SRB, I think investigators think so too. That's why they keep saying they don't know where all the money actually is or has gone. Oh, like he was gonna take off. I'm surprised he didn't.
I am too.
How much gas was in the car? Good question. I wonder if we'll find that out too. Because see, I thought when I found out that his body was found 3 miles in the opposite direction of the closest gas station, the first thing I thought is maybe his car broke down because somebody put something in it. I thought maybe somebody put something in the gas tank. That's why the cap was off and the car broke down. Because how could you that's got to be a big coincidence for that car to break down if this shit was planned out. So it had to be something, I don't know. It's just very odd that the car was broke down. Does anybody know what was wrong with the car? Is it something that it could have been done after the fact? Like maybe the car was pulled over and then something was done to the car to consider it broke down? That's a question I have, huh? What kind of broke down was the car? Why would Randy want his cell phone and laptop? Right. Show up to the family and say, hey, I'll represent you for free. I just need all the passwords. I'm still trying to rack my brain. Yeah, do me a favor, everybody. Write all your questions down for me. And I'll ask them. And then some stuff can be answered, some stuff can't be answered. You understand? I would expect evidence of motive for Buster, not small town hearsay. But why walk so far without your wallet? That's true too if you ran out of gas, but you weren't, 3 miles the other direction, right? What's up, Josie? Well, this is what was crazy, is they did a R-kit on a supposed hit and run. In one of these videos that we go into, you'll hear the first responder say it was obvious that it wasn't a hit and run to them, but then the coroner states that it was a hit and run. I don't know. We gotta search. We're at the scene. Yeah, they showed up. I heard they showed up right away. They're always showing up right away, aren't they? All right, we'll get back into this here.
Reading and paying attention to this case, it may be confusing as to who said what and when. So I went in search of the report that was written by the police and the highway patrol. Instead of speculating about what was going on, I'm going to read to you the remarks made at the bottom of the report by the police after they had consulted with MATE, which is the South Carolina Highway Patrol. The note says, the victim was found in the middle of Sandy Run Road, deceased from some sort of blunt force trauma to the head. Responded to the scene. I saw no vehicle debris, skid marks, or injury.
Does anybody have the address of where that was actually located so we can pull it up on Google Maps? If anybody knows the location or whatever, if you can send me like a Google Maps link or something. I'm curious to know exactly what street, what intersection, where this was at. I'd like to see this with Google Maps with Google Guy. I wouldn't even... Let me see what street they said.
Police, after they had consulted with MATE.
Okay, that's his address. I don't see the address where the crime took place.
Which is the South Carolina Highway Patrol. The note says, the victim was found in the middle of Sandy Run Road.
Sandy Run Road. In the middle of Sandy Run Road. JLR ran through the entire place on stream last week. Yeah, I heard about JLR in the beginning of the show. Because I was everywhere. Like, the last couple of days, I keep seeing Buster's filing a restraining order, and then all of a sudden tonight, everybody's like, "You didn't know it was JLR?" I was like, I had no idea. No idea. I am in the middle of nowhere right now because I didn't know that was him. That was so. We'll talk about that another night.
He's everywhere.
I'll that's all right. I'll use my Google Guy. We can use Google Guy for that. we don't need to. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
Deceased from some sort of blunt force trauma to the head. Responded to the scene. I saw no vehicle debris, skid marks, or injuries consistent with anyone being struck by a vehicle. The victim's shoes were loosely tied and both still on, a point I'll get back to in a minute. After consulting with MATE, the Highway Patrol, we see no evidence to suggest the victim was struck by a vehicle. The incident is still under investigation with supplemental report to follow. They couldn't find any evidence that Stephen had been in an accident, nor did Stephen's body have any injuries one might sustain as a result of being hit by a car or a truck.
Right, this is what I was saying, first responder. This is what he said. It definitely was not a hit and run. He had blunt force trauma to the head. It seemed to be an intentional act, which we considered homicide. This was the first responding officer that's saying this. So you think he would know what the cause of death would be before it even went to the coroner.
Michael Duncan, a retired corporal who was part of the accident investigation team, said, it definitely was not a hit and run. He had blunt force trauma to the head. It seems to have been an intentional act, which we consider homicide. According to the same...
Okay, so I wonder if that's what they mean, and thank you for letting us know that, SRB. I wonder if that's what they mean by the car was broke down then. Not that it was necessarily broke down, but it was out of gas on the side of the road down. So if anybody can find that out, let me know if it was actually broke down, like something broke down on it, or if it was just considered broke down because it ran out of gas. Thank you for looking that up, SRB. I appreciate that.
Incident report I quoted from, the coroner verbally communicated to the officer that he thought that it was a homicide as a result of a gunshot wound. Also noting Smith had defensive wounds on his arms and trauma to his head and forehead. For me, probably the most profound piece of evidence that Stephen Smith was not the victim of a hit and run was the fact that his shoes as they say in the report, loosely tied, were still on his feet. Accident reconstructionists tell us that being hit by a vehicle is a violent act, and nearly every time it happens, the person struck loses their shoes. In most cities and counties in the United States, if the coroner says it's a murder, it's a murder. But in South Carolina, the pathologist has the final word. And she ruled in this case that Stephen Smith's death was the result of a hit and run. Reading the pathologist's findings, the investigator from the Highway Patrol was so confounded by the pathologist's findings that he reached out to talk to her directly. And the exchange, as reported in the report that he wrote, is fairly tense. When asked why, in spite of Highway Patrol not finding any evidence of a collision, she thought that Stephen Smith was the victim of a hit and run. She said it was because he was found lying in the middle of the road. To be somewhat fair to the pathologist, I have to say at this point that she is the person who discovered that Stephen Smith did not die from a gunshot wound, which was the theory the police had after they had the theory that he had been struck by a vehicle. So the question at the time and since is, why would a sober and smart 19-year-old who grew up in the area get out of his car on a dark country road in the middle of the night instead of calling for help using the phone that was found in his right pocket? Why would he leave his wallet in the car if he needed gas? Why wouldn't he call his twin sister or father to come and get him? They weren't that far away. Investigators would later say that they couldn't get the phone to power on, but I don't know if that means they tried it without the benefit of a power source, or perhaps it was broken at the time of his killing. Sandy Smith, Stephen's mother, knew something was wrong right away, and she would not and will not stop until she has answers about her son's death that make sense. Before the investigation stopped the first time, the police began reaching out to Smith's friends. And one of the things that they heard over and over and over again, as many as 40 times, was that Buster Murdaugh and his friends killed Stephen Smith. Okay, I say the one thing they heard over again, but there was another thing that came along with the account of Smith's death, which was that he had a relationship of some kind with Buster Murdaugh. Buster and Stephen had gone to school together and played baseball in the same league briefly. Smith was out and gay, and Buster has a longtime girlfriend and is straight. As you might well imagine.
So, when it comes to what you're asking about, Josie, I think it has something to do. When we did our first show, there was some speculation out there that he was going to reveal that Buster and him were in a relationship. And I think that's where the motive might have came from if it was, speculation Buster. Oh, she got fired after. Who was the... I'm sorry, what?
Got fired.
Yeah, the coroner, right, Pam? Am I late to... Sorry, I'm kind of late to chat. Hey, Dre. Thank you. I appreciate your support. Did they find something at the Murdaughs? That being said by many... Well, here's the interesting thing, Allison. They reopened this case 2 weeks after Maggie and Paul were unalived because they found information in that investigation that pertained to the Stephen Smith investigation. So that's why they reopened it. That's correct. Yeah, that's why they reopened it. So there's something. We don't know what it is yet, but we're going to deep dive and we're going to try and see if we can think about what it possibly could be. And
so I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead and finish.
No, don't be. No, I was just going to transition.
So the pathologist is the one that said it was a hit and run.
The pathologist?
Coroner.
Okay.
Yeah, the coroner it wasn't. It was a gunshot, the coroner said.
All right, let me write that
so
down. The coroner said gunshot? I did hear that too.
Yes.
Okay, coroner.
And the pathologist said hit and run. But I'm kind of wondering. Huh?
If anybody knows who the name of the pathologist is, let me know.
And I'm wondering if the pathologist was paid off to say it was a
Right.
hit and run.
Or I owe you a favor.
Right,
So there's no transaction.
right.
It's a favor. And they're connected with everybody. You know how it worked down there with this family.
Right.
SRB said just read battery was functional, but the car would not start, but it was out of gas. So, okay. So I'm just assuming maybe they're just saying it was broke down because it was out of gas on the side of the road. Okay, I get that now. So
And
maybe somebody
what's
could have
going
siphoned it.
Yeah,
You know, hey, meet me up here. And then somebody's siphoning the gas so it does run out of gas. So then they are stranded. It does, Josie.
and then the pathologist saying she said it was a hit and run because, well, the body was found in the road. I mean, really?
I've even
I
heard
don't know.
speculation that somebody was driving by and hit him with something, and that's what caused it. And then they came back and put him in the side of the road as well. Just a lot of different theories out there. That's why I want to really understand everything about this case, and I'm really gonna really just get into it the next 2 nights. I really want to understand. I really want to make these notes. I really want to get a timeline going. I want to get all this stuff down and really you put everything into this, because this is just so wrong. When you learn about all this stuff and everything that's happened and in the family and the stuff the families had to go through because of this crap, not only to lose your family member, but to have the people that are supposed to be the ones protecting you against you as well. It's like you're cornered, you're trapped. What a crappy feeling. It wasn't a hit and run.
SRB got the pathologist's name.
Aaron Presnell. Thank you, SRB. Let me write that down. Yeah, the coroner said gunshot. Coroner said hit and run.
I thought the coroner said gunshot.
So the coroner and the pathologist said hit and run?
No, I thought the coroner said
I'm asking
gunshot.
Yeah, I know. That's because Pam says coroner said it was hit and run too. So I was asking chat. Let me write that down. Aaron. So I just want to get some. Is it the pathologist hit and run, coroner hit and run, or did one of them say gunshot?
I could be wrong, but I thought coroner said gunshot. It was on this video.
Was it?
Yeah.
All right. If you guys notice something that I don't, just because I'm running this live stuff, I do miss some things time to time. So if you guys catch something, let me know. All right. We'll go ahead and get back into this. I'm going to rewind it just a teeny bit to get into this theory over here. We'll go right back to the beginning right here with this first one.
By a vehicle. So the question at the time and since is, why would a sober and smart 19-year-old who grew up in the area get out of his car on a dark country road in the middle of the night instead of calling for help using the phone that was found in his right pocket? Why would he leave his wallet in the car if he needed gas? Why wouldn't he call his twin sister or father to come and get him? They weren't that far away. Investigators would later say that they couldn't get the phone to power on, but I don't know if that means they tried it without the benefit of a power source, or perhaps it was broken at the time of his killing. Sandy Smith, Stephen's mother, knew something was wrong right away, and she would not and will not stop until she has answers about her son's death that makes sense. Before the investigation stopped the first time, the police began reaching out to Smith's friends. And one of the things that they heard over and over and over.
Okay. I'm going to pause it here real quick. I think it could have been, I don't know. Does anybody know how long it took to get into Paul's phone? Good question, Allison. And I did hear some speculation that it was Buster, Paul, and a friend that committed it, the crime. Speculation. All suspects are innocent until proven guilty. Like the coroner said, gunshot. Okay. I'm looking and listening. They got his phone that night.
Yeah,
Again,
and
as many
they
as
tried
40
over and
times.
Sorry, hold on 1 second. Go ahead.
sorry, they tried over and
No, go
over
ahead.
to open it, and finally somebody said, "Try his birth date," and that's how they opened it
Ah,
that night.
they didn't have his password, so it was the birthday. That's crazy. It took a while to get
Yeah,
his
they
phone.
took a chance that it was his birth date, and it unlocked.
Wow, that's cool. They got in there. Yeah, it was pretty quick after the very soon in the investigation that they learned information. So it's interesting.
Over and over and over again, as many as 40 times, was that Buster Murdaugh and his friends killed Stephen Smith. Okay, I say the one thing they heard over again, but there was another thing that came along with the account of Smith's death, which was that he had had a relationship of some kind with Buster Murdaugh. Buster and Stephen had gone to school together and played baseball in the same league briefly. Smith was out and gay, and Buster has a longtime girlfriend and is straight. As you might well imagine, the rumors started flying fast and furious, as they only can in a small southern town. And as much as I am loath to repeat a rumor, in light of the reopened case, I'll tell you a few of the common theories. The one repeatedly was that Buster Murdaugh and a few of his friends were riding around and they spotted Stephen's car on the side of the road. They turned around to screw with Stephen as he walked down the road. The story goes that the group stuck something out of the window that struck Stephen as he walked along, and Buster Murdaugh was thought to be driving the truck. There are other versions, but I will stick with that one because that seems to be the most commonly repeated. I want to make it clear again that these are rumors based on tales and stories told to the police, but they're not based in verifiable facts. When someone dies under suspicious circumstances, all the hidden parts of their lives are exposed. While digging around Smith's young life, police found that he was working from time to time as an escort. This only matters because it adds to the potential pool of suspects. Added to that was an older man no one seemed to know, who showed up at Stephen's funeral calling himself Stephen's boyfriend. The man, whose name is Mark, was interviewed by the police, and in that interview, he confirmed Stephen was an on-again, off-again escort. He told the police he talked to Stephen at 3 a.m. the night he was killed. He asked Stephen if he was walking down the road, and he said that Stephen told him no. Mark went on to tell police he believed the escort agency had something to do with Stephen's death. Other people confirmed Stephen was working as an escort through an agency and Craigslist. Mark also told police that Stephen had said he had been harassed by a couple of guys he described as rednecks in a pickup truck. It's important to know that Mark has a history of mental health issues, and the police interview with him is all over the shop. You can see the problem when rumors and speculation fill in the gaps where facts belong. One last thing, after Stephen's death, his father went to the police station, and while he was there, he got a call from Buster's uncle, Randy Murdaugh, offering to investigate Stephen's death. He told the father that he'd need access to Stephen's cell phone data and call logs and passwords. Sandy, Stephen's mother, reported that she had seen Alec and that same brother at the scene where Stephen was found dead. The Murdaughs have denied that the phone call to Stephen's father took place, but surely there must have been other people who saw them at the crime scene. 3 months after Stephen's death, his father, Joel Fred Smith, died suddenly. In 2021, while investigating the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh, Murdaugh SLED, the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, which only investigates homicides, found evidence related to Stephen Smith's killing and reopened an investigation into his death. We don't know what that evidence is or whether it will prove to be decisive. Stephen Smith was studying to be a nurse at the Orangeburg Calhoun Technical College, hoping eventually to become a doctor. I have to say, I am struck by the powerful strength of his mother and other mothers like her who sadly find themselves coping with unimaginable loss and grief. She said in an interview, when the case was reopened, the media from across the country beat a path to her door wanting a story. She said, all they want is a story. I just want to know what happened to my son. Sandy said of her son, Stephen was born premature. He weighed 2 pounds and 12 ounces. His twin sister Stephanie was 2 pounds and 6 ounces. At the time of his killing, he was 5'8" and 165 pounds. Sandy said, Stephen loved the water and he loved to fish. He was funny. Thanksgiving was his favorite holiday. He liked to read, and his dream was to be a doctor overseas. He was putting himself through college when he was killed. Sandy Smith said fiercely, people need to realize they stole from him. They stole from us. Sandy Smith says she did hear from Stephen and Stephanie that he was bullied occasionally in high school for being gay. But for the most part, she said, he ignored it. She went on, and that's what I loved about him the most, is, you could do whatever, and he'd hold his head up high and keep going, she said. Stephen's sexuality was never a problem for the family, Sandy said, laughing while recalling a story. Once, while Sandy, Stephen, and Stephanie were walking back to their car after attending a carnival, a man approached them, and the man said someone inside the carnival wanted to chat with Stephen. When he came back, I said, what was that all about? And Stephen said, well, Mom, if you get a call from a strange number, just don't answer it. I wanted to give him a working number, but just not mine, so I gave him yours. Stephen was very close to his twin sister, and they would sometimes drive to the LGBTQ bar or bars in Columbia and Charleston. He and Sandy would talk about guys he was talking to without ever mentioning names. She said, he never had to come out. He always knew we loved him. While the mother and daughter think he was killed because he was gay, Sandy and Stephanie think the media focuses too much on his sexuality. His mother said, I want Stephen to be remembered as Stephen and not just some gay kid that got beat up because he was gay. Because he was a person, no matter what. He always said, God made me and God doesn't make mistakes. He said, I am who I am, and that's what he was. Hopefully, we will finally learn why anyone would want to kill Stephen Smith in the bloom of his very young life. One of the haunting aspects of this terrible series of events is that the corrupting influence of unchecked power and greed can corrupt everything it touches. Even though the investigation to Stephen Smith's killing was eventually dropped, I have to say, I am somewhat buoyed by the fact that the police, the highway patrol, and the coroner would not be put off the scent of the Murdaughs. Even though the police said that it might have been a hit and run, once they had consulted with the highway patrol, they went on to interview Stephen Smith's friends. They were asking about Smith and Murdaugh's possible sexual or romantic connection in a part of the country where those sorts of questions are not common. While I don't have enough evidence to assert that this is what happens, it seems that the people on the ground followed the trail where it was leading them, but it was the higher-ups who seemed to curtail the investigation for reasons we don't know yet. Hopefully we'll find out if that is even true. As the mystery into who killed Stephen Smith unravels, hopefully, I think it's important to keep in mind that South Carolina doesn't have any hate crime protection for LGBTQ folks. Sandy Smith says that...
And speaking of that, I want to share this information real quick while I take a pause. Somebody is actually putting in a bill. Susanne Andrews. She testified. This is on March 8th. testified at the State Senate House on Friday, February 23rd, about SC needing a hate crime bill. Today, Bill H.3014 was passed in the House. Next stop, the Senate. Yes.
Awesome.
So there is one in process. Fingers crossed. One hurdle down. She's got one more hurdle to go. So hopefully that does go through. And I just wanted to pause it and just kind of share that real quick since he brought that up in this video.
Stephen should be honored for his whole life.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on one second.
Should be mourned.
Go ahead.
No, you can play it. I just said that's very awesome.
Yeah, seriously. Because, I mean, they're one of two states. So, like, why don't you? You know? Even
Right.
if you don't agree, it's still protection. It doesn't matter. It's protection for another human, regardless.
Sandy Smith says that Stephen should be honored for his whole life. And I agree. He should be mourned for the promise upended and for his family's heartbreak. I will keep you posted when and if there's an arrest in the killing of Stephen Smith.
Yeah, Pam thinks it was Randy and Alex. I even think some crazy ass speculation it could be Cousin Eddie. And that's just way the fuck out there. I know that, but what do you think?
So
you know a lot about Cousin Eddie. Do you think he could have did something?
I just don't get the feeling about Cousin Eddie.
You don't?
I think it's more Alex than anybody.
That
Alex
committed crime, or
I don't know.
what do you think? What do you think about Alex? Pam thinks it was Randy and Alex.
I mean, that's very possible. They were at the scene.
So do you think the boys?
That's kind of weird that they were at the scene.
I don't think yet either. So do you think that do you think that it was like maybe Buster and him by himself or with other people, and then Alec
doing a cover up,
and maybe Randy are the ones that, yeah. Is that what you're thinking, Pam? SRB. So I found an article that says the car was found on Bromberg Highway. Let me write that down. Bromberg Highway was the car. And you know what? We might even, if we go over some of these videos tonight and there's like a part in the video where it shows like a location beacon or something, let me know that too, and I'll make sure I do a screenshot and save it. I just sent the article by email. Okay. I think it was the boys. I think it was Buster and others. They called Alec to the scene like they always do. Okay.
That sounds very possible.
Thank you, SRB. I appreciate you doing that for me. Okay, let me
I have a story for you.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
It's not really about the case, but it kind of made me wonder. So my husband and I were at the Charleston, South Carolina VA. And guess what his doctor's last name was? It was Satterfield. And
where at?
At the Charleston VA.
Charleston? Okay.
VA. And when he came in the room, I said, "Can I ask you a question?" And he goes, "Sure." And I said, "Are you related to Gloria Satterfield with this Murdaugh case?" And he said he gets asked that all the time. He said, "No, he's not related. But get this, his mother's name is Gloria Satterfield.
Whoa.
But she lives She lives in Tennessee.
Gloria Satterfield?
Yeah, just like the housekeeper.
Whoa. No way.
And he said his mom gets calls constantly about it.
Whoa.
Yeah, she gets harassed all the time. But I just had to
That's
put
creepy.
that out there.
So
It was.
She's not the real.
They're not related.
Whoa. Oh my gosh, that had to freak you out. Like before you even asked the question, it had to make you go.
It did, because we're sitting there in the room. And I looked at the computer because his name tag was sitting on it. And I looked at it, and I got up and walked up close, and I must have looked 3-4 times just to make sure that's what it said. And then I asked him. He started laughing.
Wow.
He said, I'm into true
crime. Sorry, my StreamYard booted me out for a second. Okay. Did he say he gets asked that a lot?
Yeah. I said, well, I'm into true crime. I'm watching the Murdaugh trial. And it just freaked me out when I saw your last name.
I was waiting for her to say it was Murdaugh. Oh shit.
Anyway, I just had to put that out there.
That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, let me see what we got next. Yeah. Oh wait, I gotta go to my email real quick. I bet it did. Because you're like, wait a minute. All right.
I said, John, should I ask?
Right?
He's like, let's do it.
I bet you were
you're
nervous.
You're going to do it, so just do it.
Just get it over with.
Right. So what's this email?
Dang, my StreamYard's bugging. So this is from SRB. Documents show differing opinions on the manner of Stephen Smith's death. So we'll watch this video here real quick. And then I'll go ahead and read what they wrote out here. We'll see what they say. Whoa! There we go. Loading ad. Let me mute it real quick while there's an ad playing. That VR stuff's got to be neat. No time for that, though.
Hampton County investigation with ties to a Carleton County double homicide. We've been telling you this week about the death of 19-year-old Stephen Smith. His body was found in Hampton County in 2015. SLED is now investigating his death after information was found in the double homicide of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh in Carleton County. They were found dead earlier this month. Now, we received more than 100 pages of investigatory documents today related to the Smith investigation.
Wow.
Tara Jabor read through every single page, found some differences of opinions from experts.
It says it right there. They found information from Maggie and
in
Paul.
The investigation of how Stephen Smith died?
Was it from Paul's phone?
Hey, Dean, that's right. Experts seem to be at odds over the cause. And after talking to his mom, Sandra, yesterday, we wanted to take a closer look at what exactly happened the night that Stephen died.
Stacks of documents released to us show a flurry of back and forth in the investigation into Stephen Smith's death. We now know Highway Patrol found Smith's body on Sandy Run Road. What troopers didn't see was any evidence to show Smith had been hit by a car. Documents reveal no vehicle debris and no skid marks. An initial report only pointed to blunt force trauma to the head.
They said he was shot in the head. And then it turned out it was a hit and run, and then he was beat up, and so the story just kept changing over and over.
Documents also mapped out where Smith's car was found. That was 3 miles away from his body on Bamberg Highway. Highway Patrol found the keys in Smith's pocket, further adding to the mystery for Smith's family.
I'd be happy to see all this you know, laid out on the table, you know, finding out who did it, you know, why they did it.
Highway Patrol also sought more information after Smith's preliminary autopsy suggested that Smith was hit by a vehicle. An MUSC pathologist stated the victim was possibly struck by a motor vehicle mirror, which was the cause of death. Highway Patrol says there was no evidence to support that conclusion. Almost a month after this conversation in 2015, investigator Proctor spoke to the coroner about the final autopsy. In the report, Proctor said, quote, "He faxed me a copy of the report and told me that he does not agree with the pathologist, stating the victim was struck by a motor vehicle," end quote.
Now, also in these documents, it says, quote, the coroner stated he had made contact with an MUSC pathologist who said she would be willing to change her report to read however the coroner wanted it, end quote. Dean, another detail in all of this is that microscopic evidence collected from Smith's clothes did show blue paint chips. Highway Patrol couldn't link it to a vehicle or an object. As of now, a SLED office in the Midlands is once again investigating Smith's death.
Wow.
Just had to pause that real quick.
What's VR?
Virtual reality. It's a headset that you put on over your eyes, and it's all 3D. Like you're really, you know, holding a lightsaber and going through Star Wars planets and shit. You know, like. It's pretty crazy stuff. Yeah. It's expensive as hell though, ain't it? It's like $400 or $500, ain't it? I think it's pretty expensive.
I think I've seen them. I didn't know what they were called.
Yeah, I think they're pretty expensive. Yeah, that's man, good article. Thank you, SRB. I tried mountain climbing on it. That had to be creepy. That had to be creepy. I don't know though. I'm afraid of heights, so it'd be creepy to me. I don't know. Was it?
Me too.
What you think about it? Yeah, I'd be like, oh my gosh, I'd really feel like I'm gonna fall. I don't remember, at least 300 to 400. Yeah, I know it's pretty expensive. Do you use your phone with it, or is it its own device or whatever? Yeah, and if anybody has any of those documents, like the coroner report or the pathologist report or the first responder report or any of those documents, go ahead and send them to me. I'd like to actually have those so we could look at them and go through them. All right. I heard somewhere that the blue flakes on his shirt were from one of the four-wheeler that belonged. Ooh, interesting. Nope, it's a headset thing. Snake jumped out at SRB. Pam said she heard somewhere that the blue flakes on his shirt were from one of the four-wheeler that belonged to the murders.
Oh my gosh, really? Wow.
All right. Wow. That would be something. That's a good question. That is a very good question. I don't know. Hopefully we'll get into some of that. Let's see here. South Carolina Department of Public Safety documents regarding Stephen Smith's untimely death in 2015 show a flurry of back and forth in the investigation about the manner of his death. They said he was shot in the head, then it turned out it was a hit and run, then he was beat up, so the story just kept changing over and over, said Sandra Smith, Stephen's mother. Stephen Smith, a teenager from Hampton County, was found unalived in the middle of the road in 2015. Authorities at the time said he had died after being hit by a car, but no suspect was ever found. State Law Enforcement Division stated Tuesday that they are investigating Smith's unaliving after information was found while investigating the double homicide of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
I wonder what it was that they found.
So it has to be something on the phone, right? Because you would think, I don't know. It like okay, speculation. Say it was Buster, Paul, them two, or another friend. I could see Alec and Randy knowing better than to say some shit over text or social media. I could definitely see the boys fucking up in that area. And
Yeah.
so it makes me think that maybe because Paul was younger, he was cocky as shit, he was always getting away with shit. When you were always getting away with shit, you tend to be a little sloppy sometimes because you don't think you need to be as careful. So I'm wondering if it was something on Paul's phone that he didn't even think twice about not saying or covering up himself because he always got away with shit. So that's what when I heard that it was, you know, came from the investigation of Maggie and Paul, I instantly automatically thought, I bet it was something on Paul's phone.
Well, Allison said,
"What's up, Duckin? Good to see you." 07. What's 07? Sorry, I'm missing chat here.
Allison said she heard they found a baseball bat at the kennels that related also.
Really? That's a good question too. So, baseball bat at kennels. Huh. Maybe it wasn't something on the phone. Maybe it was the bat. Pam heard that as well. 07? What do you mean? Duck and welcome. Yes, welcome. Of course, also little man saluting. Okay. All suspects are innocent. Gotta always throw that up there because it is a speculation.
Yes.
Good to see you. Yeah, we're just, and you have a lot of information too, Duck. And if you know anything about this case, please share it with me. I'm really trying to. The next 2 nights, I'm digging into this thing. I'm really going to try and understand all this as best as we can. So, according to documents obtained, Highway Patrol found Smith's body on Sandy Run Road. What troopers didn't see was any evidence to show Smith had been hit by a car. The documents reveal no vehicle debris and no skid marks at the scene. An initial report only pointed to blunt force trauma to the head. His car was found 3 miles away from his body on Baumberg Highway. Highway Patrol found the car's key in Smith's pocket, further adding to the mystery for Smith's family. I'd be happy to see all this laid out on the table, find out who did what they did it, said Stephanie Smith, Stephanie's twin. That is the girl that we were wondering who is that person that was so close to him. We thought it was a best friend. It's his twin, Stephanie. So that's, and I want to thank Susanne for answering that for me. After Smith's preliminary autopsy suggested Smith was hit by a vehicle, Highway Patrol searched for more information. An MUSC pathologist stated the victim was possibly struck by a motor vehicle mirror, which was the cause of death. Highway Patrol said there was no evidence to support that conclusion. Almost a month after this conversation between the MUSC pathologist and an investigator at Highway Patrol, the investigator spoke to the coroner about the final autopsy. In the report, the investigator said, "The coroner faxed me a copy of the report and told me that he does not agree with the pathologist stating the victim was struck by a motor vehicle." The coroner stated he had made contact with an MUSC pathologist who said she would be willing to change her report to read however the coroner wanted it, the documents also said. Investigators also looked at the microscopic evidence found on Smith's clothes. The evidence was blue paint chips, but Highway Patrol could not link it to a vehicle or an object. So maybe they did link it to a vehicle or an object during this Maggie and Paul investigation. It could be something on the phone. It could be something they found with these blue paint chips. It could be something with a baseball bat. There we go. We have something right now. Baseball bat, blue flakes. Blue paint chips. Interesting. Thank you for that link, SRB. I appreciate that. I'm going to save that. I'm going to need that in the future. That's a really good link. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for all your links for tonight, too. All right, let me get back to chat real quick. So that's a lot of information right there. Great article, SRB. Thank you. So as far as this entire Murdaugh family goes, you should look into the meaning of enmeshed family meaning. It's basically how they function to protect each other. Enmeshed family. I think they're onto something. Hopefully it doesn't take long to figure it out for the family, no doubt. And yeah, I guess they reopened it a year ago, but now it's starting to heat up. So I'm thinking
they're onto something.
Yeah, they're onto something. They're definitely onto something.
Finally get some justice.
6 years later, but hey, it's still happening.
Yeah.
All right. Now there was the 911 call we brought up earlier. I'm trying to remember where that's at. Let me see here. Here we go. 911 call for Stephen Smith. This is a link that you guys sent me a couple nights ago. Thank you for that. Island Packet. This was on Tuesday night. You guys introduced me to this channel. I think it was Kelt, maybe, that sent me this link. Appreciate it. So we're going to go over this 911 call again. I know it's hard to understand, so I'm going to go ahead and send the link to the video for the 911 call that we're going to be watching. So that way, if you'd like to listen to it with your earbuds in, nothing, no music in the background and such, I will mute it. But that way you can listen to it as well for yourself. I know it's hard to understand. So this is Island Packet's channel, and this will be the 911 call. And I will mute the music once we start watching this video. And thank you, everybody, for hanging out tonight. And if you're hanging out at the end of the show, I'll be shutting this special down, bringing up a stream 5 minutes later, and we'll be playing some Jackbox and some other stuff after that tonight. I want to keep it separate from the Stephen Smith stuff. So that's the only reason why I'm going to shut it down and restart it a minute later. So here's this 911 call.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
Hello, I just going down the Crocketville Road.
Mm-hmm.
I see somebody laying out.
What road what's the name of the highway that you're on?
I know it's Crocketville Road.
Just know it's Crocketville Road?
Yeah.
Hold on just a second. And which way are you headed?
Okay, that way to go to, like, you going to Horse Brunson?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, you're on that road just before you get into Crocketville?
Turn Crocketville, make that right.
Okay. Crocketville, take it right.
Wait, take a left. When you call 601,
Uh-huh.
Bamberg.
Uh-huh. If I'm going toward Bamberg, I'm gonna take a left onto that road.
Yeah, like you're going to, I did a road called 14. You can go to Sandy Run,
But you're not on Sandy Run Road?
And if anybody has the 911 call where it actually has the words on the screen instead of YouTube's version, please send it to me. That would be really beneficial because YouTube always messes up, especially even when you can understand the words. YouTube messes up on their closed captions. So if anybody does have a link, please send it to me.
this is you, the general, go straight on out.
Okay. Is it in the road or on the side of the road?
You in the roadway.
Oh, in the road?
Yeah.
All right. So what's your name and call that number?
My name is Ronnie Capers.
Okay. All right, Mr. Capers. Can I get a phone number for you?
Let's see. I don't know the number off this phone, but you can call this number back. I was going to work.
Okay, but this is a good number to reach you back at.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll get an officer headed out that way to see what's going on.
Okay. You live in the road. I ain't moving or nothing like that. But somebody going to hit him. It's dark.
Uh-huh.
Somebody going to hit him.
All right. We'll get an officer headed out that way.
Okay.
All right, sir.
Now go ahead and play it one more time just because it is hard to understand. So it gives everybody another chance to hear exactly, try and see if you can understand it or figure it out. And I did put the link in the chat for everybody.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
Hello. I just going down the Crocketville Road. And I see somebody out.
What road are you?
I know it's Crocketville Road.
Just know it's Crocketville Road.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second. And which way are you headed?
Okay, the back way to go like you going to Horse Brunson.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay, you're on that road just before you get into Crocketville.
Turn Crocketville, make that right.
Okay. From Crocketville, take a right.
Wait, take a left. When you call 601, Bamberg.
Uh-huh. If I'm going toward Bamberg, I'm gonna take a left onto that road.
Yeah, like you're going to I did a road called 14. You can go to Sandy Run,
but you're not on Sandy Run Road.
I think this is you, the general, go straight on out.
Okay. And is it in the road or on the side of the road?
You in the roadway.
Oh, in the road?
Yeah.
All right. So what's your name and call that number?
My name is Ronnie Capers.
Okay. All right, Mr. Capers. Can I get a phone number for you?
Let's see. I don't know the number off this phone, but you can call this number back. I was going to work.
Okay, but this is a good number to reach you back at.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll get an officer headed out that way to see what's going on.
Okay. You live in the road. I ain't moving or nothing like that. But somebody going to hit him. It's dark.
Uh-huh.
Somebody going to hit him.
All right. We'll get an officer headed out that way.
Okay.
All right, sir.
All right.
Yeah, thank you for that link. I appreciate that. It was a little hard to understand, but basically, gentleman was heading to work, saw the body laying there in the middle of the road. There's some pictures to show exactly what he was talking about. We'll go back to that just so I can show everybody. If anybody would like to take a screenshot, you're more than welcome. And let me make this full screen for you. All right, and let me get rid of that banner for you. There you go. So if you'd like to take a screenshot, there you go. Basically, one arm was in one side of the road, and the body was in half of it was in the other side, and then half of it was in the direct middle of it, I suppose. So it looked like, I guess it'd be easy to swerve around if you were paying attention, but if you're looking down at your phone or looking off to the side for a split second and it's dark, you know, it's probably a good thing that nobody was accidentally, you know, because then it would have messed with the real evidence of what actually took place and not what was staged. So thank God for that. On his knees also. Does anybody have a sideway image that maybe was created of the position that you're talking about, Pam? Thank you, SRB. I appreciate all the hard work that you do for the show. It means a lot. Okay, so that's the scene. The 911 call. Doesn't sound like he had anything. So this is a video from a month ago because we are focusing this on Stephen Smith. This is something I saved. I went through this morning. I went through every folder I made for the show from the very beginning, and anything that had to do with Stephen Smith or anything that was connected to it, I made sure that I saved it. So this is one video that I had from a while ago, and I never ended up using it in one of my shows. But I definitely want to check it out since we are starting to really focus. This isn't necessarily a connection show. This is more of a Stephen Smith case show. More about the case. Yes, there are connections or speculation connections about who we think might be involved, but there are connections because we already saw the article about the Ellie stating that they did reopen it because of something that they discovered in Maggie and Paul's investigation. So we know there is a link with that for sure. Who it is, we don't know yet. Thank you, Pam. I appreciate you doing that. How long is it since you were in the country? What country? In the country? I don't know. Country. Or you mean like SC country? All right, so I'm going to check this out. I never actually watched it back then, so I'm going to check this out real quick.
Disbarred attorney Alec Murdaugh faces 2 counts of murder in the deaths of his wife.
And by the way, this is an old video. It's from like a month or 2 ago.
And son. There is another case tied back to this family that has gone unsolved for years, and it wasn't until Paul and Maggie's murders that investigators gave this case a closer look. News Nation correspondent Rich McHugh is joining us live tonight from South Carolina with the story of 19-year-old Stephen Smith, whose body was found in the middle of a rural road back in 2015. Rich, good evening.
Good evening, Marnie. This is one of those unsolved cases that just baffles people around here. Few people actually believe that Stephen Smith was the victim of a hit and run, but the case went largely ignored for years until these other Murdaugh cases came to light. And one detail that seems to bug people the most is that of the people who showed up at the scene where Stephen Smith died, several of them Murdaughs, and few people understand why.
Stephen Smith was studying to be a nurse at the Orangeburg Calhoun Technical College. His end goal was to become a doctor. July 8th, 2015, he was on his way home from school when he ran out of gas. The car was found down this dark rural road in Hampton County, South Carolina. Stephen's body was found 3 miles away in the middle of the road with no skid marks or other physical evidence that a car had struck him. A special accident investigative team looked at the case and determined it was a homicide, but a pathologist disagreed, saying he likely died from a mirror of a passing car hitting Stephen's face.
It definitely was not a hit and run. He had blunt force trauma, and it seemed to be an intentional act, which we consider homicide.
Eric Bland, an attorney involved in several cases connected to Alec Murdaugh's numerous cases, knows Stephen Smith's mom, Sandy.
So we think he was dumped there on the road. He was a very sharp kid, as like a young man. He was cautious, and so he wouldn't have been walking down the road. He certainly knew the area. He had a cell phone, could have called somebody for help.
Sandy Smith was relentless in her quest for answers. She asked the FBI, the governor, and others to keep investigating, but the case went nowhere until Mallory Beach was killed on the Murdaugh boat 4 years later. People started asking questions about the old Stephen Smith case. Corporal Duncan told us the Murdaugh family name came up in his initial investigation, but that part of the investigation didn't go anywhere. And when asked if behind the scenes there was pressure to stop the investigation or to leave the case as a hit and run?
Personally, I think there was some type of pressure or just lack of investigation upon other agencies to do anything.
But the real break in the Smith case came after the Murdaugh double murders. During that investigation, new information came to light. The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division tells News Nation they've made progress in the death investigation of Stephen Smith. However, this investigation remains active and ongoing. Reporter Will Folks with Fit News tells us Buster's name often came up with the Smith case.
There was clearly a Murdaugh tie-in to the death of Stephen Smith, because if you read investigatory report from his death back in 2015, the Murdaugh name is mentioned dozens of times. In fact, this was one of the first files I ever received related to this story.
The oldest Murdaugh son, Buster, was the same age as Stephen and his twin sister. Being from a small town, they all went to school together and everyone knew one another. As the multiple Murdaugh cases have played out in the small Carolina community, rumors have swirled. After the news of Stephen's death, Buster and Stephen had some sort of relationship. The Smith family attorney says this.
They graduated high school together. They had, friends in common, had played ball together when they were younger. You can't say there's no connection. Nobody knows what Stephen's life was like. What I will say is that we know of no evidence that would support any kind of, relationship between Stephen and Buster.
But it was Alex Murdaugh and his brother Randy who came to the scene of Stephen's death, going through the crime tape. No one sure why. Inconsistencies in the initial investigation have left many wondering why his death was never investigated as a homicide.
It was clear that this case was not handled correctly. Why? I can't tell you. Maybe it was simply incompetence. Maybe it was purposeful. But I do believe that the truth is going to come out.
Now, I mentioned, Marty, in the piece that Alex and his brother Randy came to the crime scene or the scene of where he passed away. One thing that I want to note is that Randy called the family the following day or soon thereafter and offered to help. And his law firm is now disputing that, saying that never happened. Marty.
Rich, I know, having looked into this case, that Stephen's mom has been pushing for justice for her son so many years after he was found in the middle of that road. We also know that something happened to Stephen's father not long after Stephen was killed.
That's right, Marty. He passed away about 3 months after his son's death. His wife says that he basically died. She feels he died of a broken heart. She says basically she's been offered, book deals. She's been offered a Netflix deal. She is basically just seeking justice for her son, Stephen, at this point.
Yeah, and answers. Thoughts with that family tonight, having to go through this time and time again. Rich McHugh in South Carolina tonight. Rich, thank you for that.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find.
Yeah, that was an older video, but very interesting.
Yeah.
And mysterious. Yeah, let me check my email real quick. Thank you, Pam. And yeah, we checked out what was that video? There was a video from that Eric Allen that we checked out Tuesday night. That had a lot of great information too. I even messaged the video. I was like, thank you so much for your hard work and your effort in putting this content out here for everybody, because it's because of content creators like that we are able to have these conversations that we have. So I totally appreciate all the content creators that do what they do so we can do what we do. It's a beautiful mixture. And I think this is actually the one that we checked out Tuesday. Yes, it is. A lot of great information. And because we are digging into this, these next 2 nights, we're digging crazy into this case. We're introducing it to everybody. It's just about Stephen's story. This does have a lot to do with Stephen's story. This is actually the connection between the family and Stephen's story. So some videos we're going to see again like we saw from Tuesday night, but this is going to be a decent stream. It's going to be everything about Stephen and nothing but Stephen's case. And we're going to try and figure all this out. I think so far, thank you everybody for your links and the information. Seriously, I think we have a pretty good layout of what's been taking place with all of the stuff that we've had on the show so far. And I think we're going to be able to accomplish a lot with this episode. So I want to thank everybody for that. Is there anything you want to say before I start a little bit of this video, Kitty? And if anybody else would like to hop up, you're more than welcome. I'll throw the link out there.
I agree with
good
Pam.
information
They
there.
are
Thank you.
all. I agree with Pam. They all are liars.
Okay, that's cool, Kel. Yeah, that's what it seems like. They're all together too. You know, it's a what in what'd you say, SRB, and what kind of family thing? Enshrined or something? I'm still listening. I got lost stream. I appreciate you, SRB. I appreciate it. I definitely have to have Kid Kitty and SRB on Tuesday night show. Kevin, Cal, everybody. We got to get your thoughts and opinions over the yes, there it is. Enmeshed family. Thank you, SRB. Enmeshed. All right, so we're gonna go to this. Let me get the link from the creator here so I can put the channel up in YouTube. This is Eric Allen. Thank you for this, Pam. And so great content here. I totally messaged. I was like, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Seriously. All right. Now, this is a lengthy one, but it's okay because this is a lengthy show and it's only 9:30 for me on a Saturday night. Shoot, don't forget, everybody. Change your clocks tonight if you're in that area. I know some people don't have to, but don't forget to change your clocks.
That's right.
That's right.
I forgot.
So did I until now. I was like, damn, it's only 9:30 for me. But then I'm like, oh, wait a minute. It is change your clocks.
Really, it's only 9:30 my time instead of 10:30.
Oh, it's fine. Everybody, the open panel and the thoughts and opinions, I thought it was great. Everybody, I think, talked a decent amount. I think it was one of my best shows, honestly. That's just my opinion, though. I thought it was one of my best shows. I was so proud. I was so proud of everybody. And thank you, everybody, for typing stuff in chat, too, because that's even, you guys are mentioning stuff that we might not even mention while we're up here on panel. So I appreciate that, too.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is, I can tell you this, because I know it kind of went back and forth and there were different rumors and about it, him possibly getting hit by a car and this and that. He didn't get hit by no car. Okay. And I'm not saying that, whoever did this.
I just got a question real quick. I turned it down like halfway because it seemed really loud to me. Does it seem really loud to you guys? SRB, it's the ninja. It's just the ninja in me. Right? That's what he's singing by himself. It's just the ninja in me. Is this video really loud?
It does
I'll play it
a little bit.
I'm sorry. It's too loud? Is that what you said?
It seems a little loud.
All right, let me know. I'm going to play about 10 seconds. Let me know if this is too loud. Or if I need to turn it up.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing is, I can tell you this, because I know it.
All right, how's that?
Sounds better.
It's still a tad too loud?
That was before.
Okay, that was before, so this is probably perfect then. All right, I'm going to restart it. And we're going to go ahead and chill back and watch a few minutes, and then we'll sit and we'll pause it here for respect to the creator, and then we'll chat for a minute and then keep rolling. A lot of great info in this video, everybody.
Like a notebook and pen.
Yeah. Well, and that's the
Thank
thing
you. I
is,
appreciate that because I will need help.
tell you this, because I know it kind of went back and forth, and there were different rumors and about it, him possibly getting hit by a car and this and that. He didn't get hit by no car. Okay. And I'm not saying that, whoever did this, murdered him, because, to have that charge of murder, you got to have premeditation and you got to have, forethought and all this kind of stuff. But if it was, somebody playing around and it got out of control, the problem is that when you leave and you try to cover it up or you lie or, whatever, so Stephen's, his story deserves to be told, and that's what I'm working for.
We spent the last 2 episodes exploring the boating accident in Beaufort, South Carolina, resulting in the tragic death of Mallory Beach. Could this accident be someone's motive for the murder of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh? It's possible, but there's so much more to this story. We need to take a trip to Hampton, South Carolina, about an hour away from Beaufort, and explore the mysterious death of a young man named Stephen Smith. Let's head over to Hampton and get to know the town a little better. It had been a while since I spent time in Hampton, and driving around did bring back a few memories for me. Hampton served as a halfway point for me and an old girlfriend who, for a portion of our relationship, had lived in Augusta, Georgia. I found out while researching for this episode that actually the same reason I knew of Hampton was the same reason that it existed in the first place. The town was built around the fact that it was the halfway point between Beaufort and Augusta for the Port Royal Railroad. Hampton's population is around 2,500 people. The median per capita income is around $17,000 per year. It's surrounded by farmland and rural roads. So for years, the only reason I knew of Hampton was because it had a McDonald's to meet at. But as this story started to unfold, Hampton started becoming familiar for other reasons. Hampton is where the Murdaugh family is from and where their law firm is located. For the sake of simplicity, I've been calling it Murdaugh Law Firm, and it was started in 1910 by Randolph Murdaugh Sr., but the firm has added partners since, and the official name of the law firm is Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Eltroth, and Dietrich, or PMPED. If you are wondering how this seemingly dying southern town can house such a successful and prominent law firm, you're not alone. Visiting a website called judicialhellholes.org will shed some light on the interesting situation here. The United States is comprised of over 3,000 counties. Where does Judicial Hellhole put Hampton County on that list? Well, not too long ago, it was ranked number 3. You heard that right, number 3. The website defines judicial hellholes as places where judges systematically apply laws and court procedures in an unfair and unbalanced manner, generally against defendants. Essentially, if you have a business in Hampton County and you get sued, the settlement against you is likely to be much greater than it would be in other counties. Some see it as the law firm fighting for the little guy against major corporations. But like most aspects of this story, it's just not that simple. And this type of system can have broader consequences. Think about this. If you are a business owner, do you want the liability that comes with operating in Hampton County? I know I wouldn't. Many people see this as one of the main reasons this county seems to be dying a slow death. It's just too risky for businesses to move in. I would guess a law firm like the Murdochs would have some power even in a big city like Charleston. So how much more would it have influence in a small, low-income southern town like Hampton? Talk about a big fish in a small pond. But like I said in my first episode, just because you have power and influence doesn't mean that you're going to abuse it, but it does mean you have the opportunity to. Stephen Smith was 19 years old at the time of his death. According to his family and friends, he was always smiling and making everyone around him laugh. If Stephen was in the room, everything just felt a bit lighter and more carefree. His mom described him as a ray of sunshine. He loved books, loved the beach, and he wanted to be a doctor. At the time of his death, he was a nursing student at OC Tech. In the early morning hours of July 8, 2015, a gentleman was driving through a small unincorporated area near Hampton called Crocketville, more specifically Sandy Run Road. He noticed the body lying in the street. Nervous there was some sort of foul play going on and maybe someone dangerous was still around, he drove about a mile down the road to the stop sign and called 911.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
Hello, I see somebody laying out in the roadway. Somebody going to hit him. It's dark. Somebody going to hit him.
The sheriff's office was dispatched, and upon arrival, they found Stephen Smith deceased, lying on the yellow line in the middle of the road. His car was found on the side of a different road about 3 miles away with the gas cap unscrewed. Officers could not start his car and it had to be towed. The first few days of an investigation are by far the most important. That's why we really need to understand what happened the hours and days following Stephen's death. Deaths like this don't happen often in Hampton County, and the sheriff's office felt it needed to call in assistance to help with this case. Because Stephen's body was found on the roadway and his car on the side of the road a few miles away, the sheriff figured he ran out of gas, was walking home, and was hit by a car. So they called in the South Carolina Highway Patrol, more specifically the MATE Division, which specializes in more complex vehicle accidents. But keep in mind, they do not investigate murders. As they began to comb through the scene, the officers found zero evidence of a hit and run.
This Corporal Duncan, South Carolina Patrol Mate. It's reference to a collision in Hampton County on Sandy Run Road. It is a 2-lane roadway, level, sight distance not an issue. However, this collision occurred approximately at night, so visibility will be used with headlights only. There's no other ambient lighting in the area. As far as evidence here, there's only evidence of where the body was found. There's no car parts, no any type of parts to a car or truck or any other vehicle. There is no body trauma other than to the head area. There is some scrapes and scratches on his left and right arm, on his knuckles, some across his face. Does not appear to be, in my opinion, struck by a vehicle. Possibly something else.
Okay, and I'm going to go back to what he said there and let the words at the bottom of the screen show. I apologize. I was sucked into the video there. I want to hear again what he said, and I want to repeat it. And don't be so worried about taking notes like crazy. Whenever we have a video up and it's playing and stuff, I'm even going to do this probably tomorrow morning. I'm probably going to go through my own episode, and I'm going to kind of, but that's just I'll have time in the morning for myself, but I'm going to go through it and kind of go over everything again on this episode and maybe even take more extensive notes. But I appreciate everybody that is taking notes. Any notes are appreciated, for real. I'm being summoned to play Legos. Love Legos. And yeah, man, Kevin, reach out to somebody. Let's see. Cassie, later give Liberty a aw. Thank you for the cute picture, in the beginning of the stream. So cute. Just taking particular key point notes. I appreciate that, SRB. And we got tomorrow night too to do some deep diving, probably from 6 to 10 Central, 7 to 11 Eastern. If I might even, I'm gonna try and make my best attempt. No naps tomorrow. Okay, no naps tomorrow, and I'm gonna make my best attempt to maybe even be on at 5. So I really want to focus a tremendous amount of hours on this case. I really want to look into it. I really want to take our time, organically get things together through chat, through conversation on open panel, and through the videos and stuff in the articles that we check out. So I don't want to rush it. I want to be able for us to take our time, whether it's live or replay, really truly understand everything that's in this case, because there's a lot to it. A lot of stuff don't make sense. We really got to understand it. And so I just want to make sure we give the time for that. Is there anything you want to say, Kib Kitty? I'm going to hit play again here in a few.
No,
6,000.
if it works out for...
Sorry.
What's 6,000?
Kevin Kraft, or 6,000.
No, if it works out for 5 o'clock for you, that'd be great.
I'm
If
going to
not,
try.
it's no big
Yeah.
deal.
I'm not taking a nap tomorrow. I had to today because it was a long week. I barely got any sleep last night even. And I was like, you know what? I got on today. I did the Aaron Brockovich stuff, which I needed to do. Sorry if it was boring, everybody, but we had to listen to some press conferences and stuff. And it's stuff that needed to be heard. So I apologize about that. But it's stuff that needed to be heard, so it needed to be done. I needed to do it, but
Right.
totally I'm gonna try my hardest. JSD's got her stream tomorrow, so I'll be doing that. 2 o'clock Eastern, 1 p.m. Central. I'll be there in chat helping out with the mods and stuff, and that'll be interesting. I love Delphi stuff. I wish I could have a Delphi night, maybe here soon. I will get one. But all right, I'm gonna go ahead and start this one up, and we'll see what I want to hear. What this first responding officer, exactly what he has to say. See the words on the screen. Thanks to Eric Allen for putting the words on the screen for us. I appreciate that. And again, if anybody has the 911 call where they have the words on the screen, that'd be really good too. It is really hard to understand it.
This is Corporal Duncan, South Carolina Highway Patrol mate. It's reference to a collision in Hampton County on Sandy Run Road. It is a 2-lane roadway, level, sight distance not an issue. However, this collision occurred approximately at night, so visibility will be used with headlights only. There's no other ambient lighting in the area. As far as evidence here, there is only evidence of where the body was found. There's no car parts, no any type of parts to a car or truck or any other vehicle. There is no body trauma other than to the head area. There is some scrapes and scratches on his left and right arm, on his knuckles, some across his face. Does not appear to be, in my opinion, struck by a vehicle, possibly something else.
At around 7 a.m. that morning, and upon further inspection of Stephen, the coroner ruled Stephen's death a homicide, believing the injury to Stephen's head was a gunshot wound. At this point, it doesn't make sense for the Highway Patrol to be investigating this case, and SLED, or the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, was called in. But the coroner actually doesn't have the final say in the cause of death. That final decision goes to what's called a pathologist. A pathologist is a highly specialized physician whose primary area of expertise is the study of body tissues and body fluids. The pathologist studied Stephen's remains and determined the injury was not a gunshot wound. No bullet fragments were found, and she believed the injury to be caused by blunt force trauma, more specifically from a vehicle. Because of the pathologist's determination, SLED turned the investigation back over to the South Carolina Highway Patrol. Multiple agents from the Highway Patrol tried to speak with the pathologist in an attempt to understand why she disagreed with the coroner. Here's an officer's report. The reason I went and spoke with her was due to a preliminary report where she stated that the victim was possibly struck by a motor vehicle mirror, which was the cause of death. Sergeant Moore had already had, from my understanding, a heated conversation with her about this issue. She stated that she could not even begin speaking with me about this case without the coroner's consent. I advised her that I had spoken with Coroner Washington the day before, and she basically called me a liar, and she said she would call him right then. When I asked if she wanted me to call from my cell phone, she backed off. I asked her why she stated that in the report, and her answer was because he was found in the road. She had no evidence other than that for the statement being put in the report. I asked her if someone with a baseball bat could do that, and she stated no. When I probed further, saying, what about someone in a moving car with a baseball bat? She stated, well, I guess it's possible. As I was leaving, she stated that the report was preliminary, and it was my job to figure out what it was that struck him, not hers. So at this point, it seems clear that it wasn't a gunshot wound that killed Stephen. It was blunt force trauma. However, the circumstances surrounding the blunt force trauma were still very unclear. And because the pathologist ruled it a hit and run, the Highway Patrol ended up in charge of investigating what everyone but the pathologist believed.
Ooh,
I've
SRB.
listened
Hold
to
on one
hours
second.
pages of
All right, I'm going to take my time to pause the video real quick. SRB, check this out. When you're
the Highway
looking...
Patrol ended up in charge of investigating what everyone...
All right, when you're looking for this
but the
location,
pathologist
see, there's some sign that should show up. So maybe we can figure out there's a field on the left, like bushes and trees on the right. Maybe we can kind of pinpoint it from there. So Sandy Run Road, there's some kind of like weird indentation on the left in that field. I don't know what that is. Anybody have an idea what that could be? If that maybe still might be there, whatever that could be. That's as close as we can get, I believe. Let me try and play it just a couple more seconds.
CJ,
believed to be...
Yeah, what's up?
I'm gonna get off for the night, but
Okay. Thanks for hanging out up here.
no problem. I'll see you guys all tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try and get on earlier too.
If
I know
not,
you have
you're
a-
fine.
No, I'm really gonna try. Seriously, I'm gonna try and do a 5 because there's so much to this case. You know, we're already 2.5 hours in, and we got a lot of stuff. And I want to be fair to this case. And if that means that I got to do a couple 4 or 5 hour shows, then so be it. That's what it is. I want to totally give it everything that I can. Thank you for being up here. Thank you for your opinions and your information and everything. And yeah, I'll definitely try and get on earlier. I know these nights get late for you, so definitely try and get on earlier just for you. That way, you can hang out a little longer as well and be able to have more of a, you know, your thoughts and opinions in it too. Share information. We do need to look up more stuff tonight too. We do need to look up more stuff for sure.
I'll look up some stuff tomorrow.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Kip Kitty.
Night.
And we'll be still going here for a while. So if anybody would like to hop up here, you're more than welcome. I'm going to go ahead and keep playing this. Yeah, this might be a good way to find out this location of, and people are handing out blank checks, huh? Thank you again, Kelp, for that donation on PayPal. I appreciate that. I think that soundboard is going to be coming soon, everybody. Thank you, Kelp, for that. Thank you, Dre, for your donation towards that. Thank you, Brew and Hell, for your donation towards the soundboard. Because of you guys, the soundboard's coming. All right, let me see if I still have the link in this channel. I'm just going to... No, I don't. 1 second. I got to go up to my chat and find the link to this channel. Let me get back to chat here. I wish there was an easier way to do the live show and have the chat be updated. Where is this Eric Allen? There it is. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, I'm going to try and get on at 5 tomorrow. My time, 5 Central. Oh, thank you for the screenshots, SRB. Sorry, I'm getting back to chat here real quick. Then we'll start finishing up this. That's a good part right there for us to figure it out. Plus, that sign's got to show up with Google Guy. Driving something off in the distance. Yes, thank you for everything, Kib Kitty. I appreciate it. Definitely hope you feel better and you wake up refreshed. Hopefully you too, SRB. How you feeling tonight? You still doing okay? Yes, we'll be getting a soundboard here soon. Now when Kib Kitty says some information, when she hops off the panel, she gets an applause. That's going to be fun. Plus, we can introduce the sound panel for when we're playing Jackbox, because we're going to be playing Jackbox tonight. I'm sorry if it's going to be a little late. If anybody's on in the afternoons on Saturdays or Sundays, and we can do Jackbox then too, let me know. But I'm sorry. These shows are going to they're going to take a lot of time to cover this case. And, I want to make sure that we do that, but I will be ending it, I'm going to say another hour and a half, maybe an hour and a half tonight. And then, or can go longer if that's okay. Just let me know. Let me see where. There we go. I know it'd be cool. I think the field on the left, it's a cornfield. Okay. I'm wondering what this little indentation is right here. Why is there like a dirt patch there? And then it looks like it has some kind of like grassy bush going into it or something. So I don't know what that is. And it's regarding your farm question from earlier, Pam. I don't even remember the last time I was even at a farm besides high school, when we would have parties out in the country. I would just go to parties out in the country because, it was just more chill. I love nature. It was easier to hang out, Just a good time. Those parties out in the country.
I've listened to hours of interviews and read through pages and pages of documents to prepare for this episode. Throughout the course of the investigation, 4 potential theories seemed to surface, one of which seems to implicate the most prominent and powerful family in town. Let's take a look at the Murdaugh family again. Paul and Maggie were found shot in June of 2021 at the family hunting lodge. We haven't covered Alec much up to this point, but we're going to have episodes devoted to him later in this series. This episode, we're going to be talking about Buster Murdaugh. Buster and Stephen went to the same school and graduated the same year at Wade Hampton High School. The first mention I could find of the Murdaugh name being brought up was in an officer's interview with a family member of Stephen. Most names you hear from this point forward will be changed to respect the privacy of those involved.
I just left the house the first official time yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
And I went into the store, and a
All
bunch
right.
of people kept coming up to me, and they're like,
Before we get into this, these are conversations. There's like 5 voice recording conversations. Okay. Very good information. If you want to ever take notes on this episode, this is a timestamp at 2 hours and 38 minutes. Come right back to this spot. And these are the notes that we really need to hammer on. This person, Stephanie, that's the person that we referred to in the beginning of who was the first initial person that has all of the information. We thought it was a best friend, Susanne Andrews. Thank you to her. Let me know it's his sister, his twin sister. And so this is the first voice recording that we're going to hear is of his twin sister.
Family member of Stephen. Most names you hear from this point forward will be changed to respect the privacy of those involved.
I just left the house the first official time yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
And I went into the store, and a bunch of people kept coming up to me, and they're like, did you know the Murdoch boys are behind it? You know, saying Buster Murdoch, the one we went to school with, did it, and some of his friends.
The officer asks where she heard this rumor from and does his best to trace it to the source.
That she was at church and that both of y'all had spoken about Stephen's death, about Buster Murdoch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I told her that another friend of mine had texted me asking me if Buster and Stephen were together. And I told him no. I said, not that I knew of, and then I asked him why. He said because he had heard that. And then I asked him who he heard it from, and he said he didn't know, he just heard it.
Was that message from?
It was from, yes.
Okay. Have you got his phone number?
And she wasn't the only person who heard it from Michael.
I heard that 2, maybe 3 young men were in a vehicle. They were riding down 601, saw the car on the side of the road. I guess saw the boy walking. They turned back around. I guess they were attempting to, mess around with him or something like that, and stuck something out the window, and it, hit him in. I don't know if it hit him in the head or the back or where it hit him. And then that's pretty much all I heard. I did hear names, and I heard a name, and that name was, he goes by Buster Murdoch. I've known Buster pretty much my whole life. He's a grade under me. We went to school together, played baseball together. Kind of out of character to who I knew, but I did also hear from the same source that he could possibly have been on some type of drugs. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. It's just strictly hearsay from all I know.
Would it have been Buster driving?
I would have imagined so. To know Buster, usually he drove himself around. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, he was always the one. They were in his vehicles. He always had friends with him in his vehicles when he was driving around. Or that's how it was in school.
There had to be more than one. And then if Buster was the one driving, that means somebody else the one that hit Stephen. Did he tell you where he had gotten this information?
Yes, sir. He got it from, I think her first name is, and then she heard it from, which is Buster Murdoch's best friend. And when I originally heard this, I was thinking of the younger Murdoch boy, Buster's little brother Paul, because Paul's more the, I don't say troublemaker, but he's a little more, my last name is Murdoch, I can do whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It went to his head a lot more.
You're right. He was more that type of kid.
It seems as if the officer is finally getting somewhere. Ben says he heard it from Michael, who heard it from Victoria, who heard it from Colby, who heard it from Buster. The officer keeps moving down the line.
So just go ahead and tell me the version of the story that you heard.
Alright, so I was with some friends one night, and out of the blue, one of my friends said that, we had already knew, he got hit or whatever, and we didn't know who did it, but we just heard that Buster did it. So after that, everybody know who Buster is, and his family and all that, so it was kind of shocking. So, we just kept talking about it, and I guess it spread it around a lot.
Can you tell me what you heard about the Stephen Smith incident?
I just heard
Okay. And who was that? Okay. There was a guy that told you that? And did he say where he heard that from or how he was backing that up? So he just said, "Oh, I heard Buster did it." Did he say how he did it or what happened? Beat him up and threw him out the truck? Did Steven have enemies? Yeah, because, I mean, from everybody I've been talking to, I mean, everybody knew Steven's lifestyle, of course.
See?
But nobody really had issue with that. Like, so I don't understand, like, why, I mean, and I've even asked people about Buster in particular, like, did he not like this guy? And they were like, no, I mean, so why do you think, how does that make sense?
Right?
When the officer asks Victoria who she heard it from, she says Chandler. He even brings up Colby by name, and she says she didn't hear it from him. I can't find anywhere in the case files that they reached out to Chandler, but that doesn't mean they didn't. It just means they didn't make it available, and I'm not sure why. So everyone seems to have heard this rumor, but no one seems to know exactly where it came from. It seems as if the officer is trying to figure out if the reason he can't find anything is because there's just no truth to the rumor, or if it's because people are just too scared to talk.
It's because people are / were too scared to talk. They still probably are. Too scared to talk because there's other ones out there that can still do some damage. Good evening, JSD. Can't wait to see your show tomorrow. I was promoting it in the beginning there. I'm excited to hop in and help mod the chat, hang out, see what you got about Delphi. Love Delphi. And yeah, Kel, we'll be playing some Jackbox tonight after the show. But what I'm going to be doing, because I want to keep this separate from the games for this, it's, because it's one of these videos. I just want to keep it separate out of respect for Stephen Smith. So I'll be shutting down this show when we're done talking about Stephen Smith's case for the evening. Then I'm going to start up a live 5 minutes later, and we'll be hanging out and doing some Jackbox tonight, and then maybe shooting some pool. If anybody's up and wants to shoot some pool, I'll probably be shooting some pool tonight as well. Yeah, I'll be there for sure, Justice. It's already in my daily planner. I'm going to get on in the morning. I'm going to talk about some Dylan Rounds probably in the morning, because I do need to cover Dylan Rounds a little bit. If I find more stuff about Stephen Smith, I might even do 2 shows tomorrow about Stephen Smith. I'm really trying to get everything that I can soak into the brain and try and have everybody come with me, and let's figure this thing out, because it's being reopened. It seems like there's some traction now. It seems like they have some kind of evidence that has some kind of traction. And, this kid deserves, 19 years old is still a kid to me. This kid deserves justice. You know what I'm saying? Yes, 2 p.m. Eastern, everybody, 1 p.m. Central. And I will be there before it even starts. And I think I'm going to have chili tomorrow for lunch, because that'll be about my lunchtime. I think I'm going to have chili tomorrow and some garlic bread. Sounds good to me. All right. So yeah, those were very interesting voice recordings. I'm going to go back, because he said that they didn't reach out to Chandler. So I'm going to go back. If anybody would like to take a screenshot of this real quick. Let me go full screen and see what... here we go. Let me go full screen and see if that gets rid of that red line. I hate that red line there. All right, so there you go. Let me get rid of the comment here real quick. Get rid of the banner. And then if you want to take a screenshot, you can. Yeah, chili sounds good to me right now. I got some marinara sauce that I didn't use with my pizza. So I got some marinara sauce. I'm going to make some homemade garlic bread. Have some chili. And dip the garlic bread in the marinara sauce. And eat the chili. I love chili when it's cold. I love chili when it's chilly. All right. So if you want a screenshot, there you go. We'll get this banner back up. We'll go back to the comment. Thank you. Oh, Eric Allen, where did your link go now? StreamYard. There we go. Great job by Eric Allen. Appreciate this video. I had to reach out on a comment for it. Well done. Bravo with this too.
When the officer asked Victoria who she heard it from, she says Chandler. He even brings up Colby by name, and she says she didn't hear it from him. I can't find anywhere in the case files that they reached out to Chandler, but that doesn't mean they didn't. It just means they didn't make it available, and I'm not sure why. So everyone seems to have heard this rumor, but no one seems to know exactly where it came from. It seems as if the officer is trying to figure out if the reason he can't find anything is because there's just no truth to the rumor, or if it's because people are just too scared to talk.
My office is out of Charleston, okay? I don't work around Hampton. I know the Murdochs are highfalutin around Hampton, and, you know, some people say have a lot of power or whatever, but that name doesn't mean anything to me. My job is to find out, you know, you don't have to agree with Stephen's lifestyle, but that don't mean that he gets to be killed and nobody gets to find out what happened. I can tell you this because I know it kind of went back and forth, and there were different rumors and about it, you know, him possibly getting hit by a car and this and that. He didn't get hit by no car. Stephen's, you know, his story deserves to be told, and that's what I'm working for.
The officer asks if anyone had heard that Buster and Stephen were involved before Stephen's death, or did this rumor come about afterwards?
Had you ever heard of Stephen and Buster being involved with at all before this?
No, sir, I haven't.
So this was the first time you'd ever heard about something like this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know Stephen at all?
Yes, sir. He was my best friend.
A few months later, an anonymous tip comes in that Xavier, along with another black male and a white male, Buster, are the ones involved in Stephen's death.
Somebody said he got hit by a car or something, man. That's what you heard. He didn't get hit by a car. You did? No. No, someone murdered him. That's what I'm saying. For what? Why would somebody do that to him?
These are
I have no idea.
These are so
He
interesting.
wouldn't bother nobody, I don't think. Because he was when I played football, he was our trainer. I mean, I've seen him every now and then in school. But other than that, I didn't ever see him. Sure, at school, some kids with the last name Murdaugh. I know a girl. But, you know, the boys, it wasn't too many. Well, it was one, he graduated with Steve. Right. You hang out with him? Never did. Did you ever go to any of his parties at any time? No, sir. Well, here's the thing. You know, your name's been brought up as a link in this death. So, I mean, if there's anything that you want to say about it, you know, I'd hate to see you go down with whoever killed this boy. Well, I wasn't
Sounds-
there. Nobody can tell me. And after he died, I heard he was hit by a car. Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Something sounds interesting in this one, don't it, guys? And ladies?
This interview just doesn't seem to go anywhere, and this is the last reference to them
Right.
investigating the Murdoch
I
theory
wonder
in
why.
the case files that I received. Here's what Jessica Smith and Stephen's mother had to say about the Murdoch rumors at the time of Stephen's death.
Saying Buster Murdoch, the one we went to school with, did it, and some of his friends, and I'm just sitting here like, why? It makes no sense. He's never said anything bad about Stephen. He's never been around Stephen. I was mind boggled at that, and I kind of ignored it. And, I haven't heard any more about that.
Has anybody talked to your mom about, and things like that? Has she heard anything that you know of?
She's heard the same exact stuff I've heard, but she's more stuck on Mark did it, and all that.
So who is Mark? And what are the other theories surrounding the death of Stephen? Well, I'll be covering those in the next episode. While nothing can be done to bring Stephen back, his family deserves answers. During the investigation into the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdoch, SLED received information that caused them to reopen Stephen's case. We don't know what that information is, but we do know that SLED investigates homicides.
Yep.
And this is great news for the friends and family of Stephen.
Yes, it
Stephen's
is.
mother said this about her son.
Yes, it is.
I just want to know what really happened to my son, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get justice. This is going to be my first Thanksgiving without him.
Aw.
Just seeing that empty chair there is going to be really hard.
Man.
I know when Stephen was born, but I don't know exactly when he died. I know what his first words were, but I need to know what his last words were.
So sad.
I want to know who took my son from me. I visited Stephen's grave
So sad.
before my first episode came out. Walking in a cemetery can be an odd experience. Life is so precious, and remembering loved ones is so important. My first stop was visiting Mallory. As I walked through the cemetery, I noticed differences in the grave markers. Some were old and wearing away, some were clean and new, some were beautiful and intricate, while others were just simple markers. Mallory's was beautiful. Knowing she had a huge heart for animals, loved ones had placed figures of dogs around her marker. As I continued on to the next cemetery and began to search for Stephen's grave, I took note of the simple, inexpensive markers. I'm sure the price tag of the marker had no correlation to the family's love for that person. Some families just don't have finances to create a space like Mallory's. I came across Stephen's and found that he had one of these simple markers. Knowing how much Stephen meant to so many people who knew him, I thought to myself, I bet we could get enough people to chip in and buy Stephen a headstone. Turns out I wasn't the only one with that idea. Recently, someone on Facebook organized a group and has been raising money for a new headstone for Stephen.
That is correct.
I've included the link to the GoFundMe in the description below.
Cool. And I'm going to go ahead and share that. And who he's speaking of is Susanne Andrews. Amazing person. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this link. Oh, it won't let me copy it. All right. Let me copy it here. I'm going to go ahead and copy the link. I'll put that in chat real quick. And I thought, I know, let me see here. There's the GoFundMe. Let me see here. Where's the, okay, it doesn't show Susanne Andrews. Let me get the group up 1 second here. I know there's a link somewhere. Give me 1 second, just because he brought it up. I'm sorry, I thought that the link was there. Here, Facebook. And speaking of, I want to go here. Let me get the Facebook link. here I want to share. She needs some more followers here on Twitter. This is the lady who organized, and here, let me put the link in there to the Facebook group. For some reason it says it's not up, but I know it is, so maybe just search for Standing for Stephen and it might come up for you. She definitely needs some more followers because this lady's doing a tremendous job and her stuff should be getting out there more. She's doing the hate crime bill for South Carolina in memory of Stephen Smith, Standing for Stephen. She's standing up in front of the House, the Senate, trying to get this thing going. She's the one that organized the GoFundMe for the gravestone, and not only got a gravestone for Stephen, but also got a gravestone for his father. So what a tremendous act of kindness and effort that nobody even expected. It just came from her heart. So what an amazing job. All right, let me get back to this video here. And Eric Allen does have a part 2 to this topic. So after this is over, and here, let me put up her link there too for Twitter. So if you are following on Twitter, there we go. If you are following on Twitter, you can follow her as well. SRB sent me a link here. I'll go to that real quick. 1 second. Thank you for that, SRB. Yeah, she definitely needs more followers on Twitter. What the heck? Her information needs to be shared, retweeted, hearted and retweeted, everybody. Please. What an amazing job. I did see the petition today that she has on it. Yes, I believe you have to be a resident of South Carolina. I think it's for South. Double check, double read it. Because I did sign it, but then after that, it said something about how you needed to be a resident, but I might not be for sure. So double check it just to make sure. And yeah, definitely give her a follow on Twitter. Information needs to be shared. All right, give me 1 second here. So we're going to check out this link from here. I'm going to put the link to the link in chat. Thank you, SRB. And please save these links. I'm going to have to... here, let me see this. I'll star it. No, it's a Google image result. Okay. I'll just have to save the message. Let me see here. So, cops investigating Stephen Smith's death questions his ties to Buster Murdaugh. Doc reveals related content. Wow. You know what? We should get into these tomorrow night. One more pick of interest. We should get into these tomorrow night. Is there a way? Let me see. I will, if anybody else can, I'll appreciate it. But if not, I totally understand because we all have personal lives at the same time. And this is the show. So I'm going to try my hardest to actually get all of these documents saved in the morning. And then we can actually go through. I'll create a slideshow for tomorrow night. And we'll go through all those documents. If anybody does have any free time and you are able to save these and send them to me in an email, I can do that as well. But I will try and do that tomorrow morning or in the afternoon after JSD's show. I can't wait for JSD's show. I love me some Delphi stuff because that stuff needs to be talked about more too. Thank you for that, SRB. Let me go to this other link. And these two, if anybody is able to have free time to save these as well. I don't expect it. Seriously, I know everybody's got free personal lives. And I will try my hardest to save these as well. Wow. Oh wow, look at all those documents. Thank you, SRB. Those are from Fitz News. Thank you for those. All right, so we're going to go back to Eric Allen. And we're going to finish up this one, only a couple minutes, and then he's got a part 2. So we did watch part 1 on Tuesday night, and that was the only one. Tonight we're going to watch part 2. And that'll be coming up next. And thank you everybody for hanging out. And then we'll be doing Jackbox. We might go one more video after part 2, just to kind of finish up the evening and then go from there.
I felt like it would be a great opportunity for my viewers to be a part of this story in a positive way. If you want to give, just know that any amount, no matter how little, will help. Like I said,
Thank you so much, SRB. I appreciate
when
you.
I started this series, it was just a side project. The response has been incredible. And honestly, I'm considering covering another case when this one is finished. If I get enough interest, I'm thinking about buying.
All right, so we'll go to the part 2. I want to say thank you. Yeah, we'll. I'm gonna try and get a slideshow together of all the documents, and then that way, when I do a screen share, it'll just be a screen share slideshow. I haven't done a slideshow on here yet on the show, so I'm kind of interested to see how it works. So that'd be really sweet. So I'm gonna try. Yeah, she is. Like, SRB is amazing. I appreciate everybody. Justice, you know what? I'm so excited. I'm gonna show this. It's not done yet. It's in the process of being done. Check out this intro real quick that Grismatically Clever is making for me. Oh, so exciting. I'm so excited. What the heck? StreamYard was bugging. It was skipping for me. Was it skipping for you? It's not the video. It's freaking StreamYard and YouTube. I have to finish figuring out my presentation tomorrow morning. No, you're just that damn good, SRB. You're so humble, too. You're so humble. Video help? Like what time? Because I'm going to be going live tomorrow morning. Yeah, I'm going to let StreamYard and YouTube catch up for a second. And then we'll get back to part 2 here. We'll just take a little break. An intermission. If you need to go to the bathroom, get something to drink. Get the popcorn, get the Coke, and get yourself a snack, right? Yeah, shoot me like a time, because I'm going to be, I'm doing a live tomorrow morning, either covering more of this, or I got to do Dylan rounds real quick, because the next few nights, I won't have another show on another topic or an available show for a topic until Friday. So I'm going to try and either do Dylan rounds in the morning or try and cover more of this case. And then I'm going to be back on tomorrow night for more of this case around 5. I'm going to try and shoot 4 or 5 my time. And then I got a guest coming on Monday night, and then we got the open panel and thoughts and opinions on Tuesday. And then I got Wednesday night off. And then Thursday, we're still in discussion about that. I still need to reach out more about Thursday. I got to take advantage of everyone. End my show tomorrow, around 10 o'clock my time. So I'm gonna try and do for Kib Kitty, because I know these shows are late for her. So, and I know she's got a lot to say, and I do appreciate her opinions and her information. I want to try and be on like an hour earlier, since we're trying to hit this case so hard, this case heavy. I'm going to try and get on an hour earlier just for Kib Kitty. So 5 o'clock my time Central, 6 o'clock Eastern is when I'm going to try and shoot to be on. And then I'm going to probably do about 4 hours. So about around 10 o'clock or so. Depending on everything that we're getting into, I might go longer, but I'm going to shoot for 10 o'clock Central, 11 o'clock my time to be done tomorrow night. Pam. All right, give me 1 second. I think it might have been Discord that was making it skippy. Let me see. All right, let me minimize, and then we'll see if that works. We'll see if it's skippy this time. I'm so excited, Grismatically. Thank you so much. So excited. So that'll be, instead of my 30-second countdown in the beginning of the show, that's going to be that's when I'm about to be on the microphone. So instead of that, you're going to still get the guitar intro, but after the guitar intro, instead of the 30 seconds, StreamYard 30-second countdown, that's going to be coming up after the guitar stuff. And that's when it's time to get ready. Let's throw that crime scene tape up. Thank you so much, dude. Wow. It just blows me away. I appreciate everybody so much. You guys are so amazing. Damn, I'm all getting into my feelings and shit right now. Really great job, everybody. The links, the information, the support, the help. Seriously, if you're available Tuesday night, if any of you guys are able to hop up on open panel, I want to feature you guys too. Like, you guys get featured in chat. I tell everybody about you, but you know what? If you're really comfortable, and I know it's crazy at first, but after you do it, it's like you're talking to friends on the phone. It really feels that way. I really would. Tuesday night, it's your show. It's totally your show. I'm just chilling back, asking questions, listening to what everybody else has to say. I think it should be a Tuesday night thing, seriously. I would love to do that every Tuesday night. If that's a good night for everybody, or if there's a better night for everybody, let me know. I want to make one night where it's you guys It's all about you. Minimal amount of me. All about you. All right, we're going to go to part 2. Thank you guys so much. I really mean it. I got 10 chairs at the table. And there's 9 that are sitting open, so. And thank you, Eric Allen. I appreciate that. Let me go to his channel real quick. I got to get his link again because it's way up there in chat. So we're going to go ahead and go to part 2. This is Eric Allen. Thank you again so much. I appreciate it. I haven't watched this one yet, but I did watch the other one. So I'm definitely going to leave a comment on this one, letting him know I appreciate the hard work and the effort that he does for everybody, because this stuff does take hard work, and it's a lot of dedication.
About his actions or anything.
So this is the part 2. I'm going to go ahead and put the link to the video in chat if you'd like to have it for yourself. Like we tie you up in money. Okay. The only one I talk to is my dog. The bad thing is he answers back, fam. You guys, I appreciate you so much. Even for the funny shit. Thank you for the atmosphere that we have over here. Thank you, everybody, for the air that you bring to our earth.
Thing that seemed to be bothering him, that as a mother, you know, get that mother's intuition.
I'm not studying like he normally did.
And would you?
He even didn't go to school. He played hooky from school, and he never missed school.
Was it within the past couple of weeks? Had this really started?
Yes.
Okay. So that you felt like it was odd that he was doing it.
Right.
Last episode, we went to Hampton, South Carolina, and started to explore the mysterious death of a young man named Stephen Smith. Could his death be connected to the Murdaugh family?
And I want to apologize. There is no closed captioning on this video. I'm not sure why, so that's why it's not showing up for everybody. So I apologize about that.
Family? It's definitely possible, as the Stephen Smith case was recently reopened because of information that the South Carolina law enforcement received while investigating the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh.
You can
But
say
there's
that.
quite a bit more to the story surrounding Stephen's death. In this episode, we're going to explore 3 other possibilities that could have resulted
Thank you
in the
again,
death of
Eric
Stephen
Allen.
Smith.
I appreciate your hard work, my friend. Even though you're not my friend, but I'm just saying it because I'm about that peace.
At Stephen's wake, a man that the family had never met before showed up.
When he came to the wake, he popped out of nowhere, and he asked my aunt, is this Stephen Smith's family and everything? And my aunt said, yeah. And he was like, well, I'm Stephen's boyfriend. What got me was my dad told me to take him in there to go see Stephen.
What?
And I said, brace yourself, it don't look like him.
What?
He's like, I'm fine. He stopped at the door, called somebody and said, yes, Stephen's dead.
What?
And then hung up. Didn't say nothing else.
What?
Then we walked to the casket, and he looked. He's like, what was it? I said, a hit and run. And then he was like, no, he was beat to death. And I kind of looked at him like, how would you know?
What?
And then he was like, was he sexually assaulted? I said, I don't know.
That's...
You know, and then he...
Okay, I'm going to stop this for a second because I did hear reports that there was an R ends with an E kit that was done. If anybody, and that might be in the links that you sent me, SRB, so I apologize if it is. But that's another thing we need to look for, is the document that shows that there was an R.E kit done. And I always wondered, why was there one done if there was one done if it was a hit and run? That's interesting that this is being talked about. This is a very important conversation. I'm going to rewind this from the beginning. This needs total focus.
Never met before showed up.
When he came to the wake, he popped out of nowhere. And he asked my aunt, is this Stephen Smith's family and everything? And my aunt said, yeah. And he was like, well, I'm Stephen's boyfriend. What got me was my dad told me to take him in there to go see Stephen. And I said, brace yourself, it don't look like him. He's like, I'm fine. He stopped at the door, called somebody and said, yes, Stephen's dead. And then hung up. Didn't say nothing else. Then we walked to the casket, and he looked. He's like, "What was it?" I said, "A hit and run." And then he was like, "No, he was beat to death." And I kind of looked at him like, "How would you know?" And then he was like, "Was he sexually assaulted?" I said, "I don't know." And then he left.
So this man claims to be Stephen's boyfriend. The officers interview Mark at his house. Before you listen, I want to help you understand Mark a bit. Mark is in his late 40s. In the interview, he says he takes a drug called Seroquel. Seroquel is used to treat bipolar and schizophrenia. He oftentimes says things that don't quite make sense or goes off on seemingly unrelated tangents.
How long have y'all been together?
His birthday is the 29th of January.
Whoa.
He was shaking his booty at the club and he wasn't even 18. So that's probably why that club was closed. Because his birthday is the 29th. And
What I'm saying, how long have y'all been together?
Well, that's what I'm saying. He was shaking his butt at the club.
So you met him back in January, basically.
When he supposedly was 18, but his birthday is not until the 19th.
Right.
29th, I mean.
So you met him.
And he wasn't even 18, but we didn't do anything because he had to leave.
Okay.
What?
Stephen was 19 when he died, so it would have been about a year and a half prior to his death that Mark first met Stephen. He explains that he and Stephen were texting and calling the day and night that Stephen died. Mark recalls speaking with Stephen and hearing trucks and tires going down the road, as well as dogs barking, which led Mark to believe that Stephen was walking down the road.
Whoa.
Mark says the cell signal cut off, and that's the last time that he spoke with Stephen.
Whoa.
When was the last time you talked to Stephen?
Whoa.
That night.
All right. About what time? Not the text, but about what time is the last time you talked to him?
Whoa.
You have to remember with all this, I took my Seroquel sometime. I can't remember if the call came.
I'm just asking for a roundabout time.
I can't remember if it came after the text or before the text, because the last call I heard, I asked him on one of the calls, "Are you walking?" Because he already told me he was out of gas. He was running out of gas. One of the calls before, and I says, "Are you walking?" Because I hear cars going by, and his answer to me was no. And then the call dropped.
Do you remember if it was daytime or nighttime when it was this going on?
This was at night. This was 3 a.m.
Okay,
I believe the last text, if my mind calls me correct, that I looked at it was 3:37 a.m.
Now, was he coming over here?
He was supposed to be. He was supposed to be on the way, but from what I'm learning, he was headed home.
I did some research on Mark and found some interesting things. Underage boys seems to be a recurring theme. You heard earlier Mark talking about Stephen when he was underage, but Mark claims that he was unaware. I found a comment thread on Mark's Facebook about 1 month after Stephen's death. Here's what it read. "Look, leave Raymond alone or you're going to have to deal with me, and you won't like where you go. I have not said nothing bad to Raymond at all, we just talk. So if you have something to say to me, say it, but don't backtalk me. I am his aunt and he is 16, so you need to keep your gay comments to yourself and delete them, because you will be turned in for child if you don't. Thank you, have a nice day."
Thank you for
He said
bleeping
he was
that out,
18
sir.
years old to me, so I did not know. I did not send him anything pic of me at all. So if there is a pic of me, it is not mine.
Whoa.
The third mention of underage boys was in an interview with Jessica Smith.
Then he said him and Stephen got in an argument about this 22-year-old, whatever. So he showed me his phone.
Do you know the 22-year-old they're talking about?
All I know is in Mark's phone, it says a 22-year-old I met in the store. But Mark told me he never met the guy, and he showed me pictures of this guy, and I swear he looked 13. He showed me full
body.
Yes, okay. And this guy looked 13, and I told him, I said, "That's like my nephew right there. He's 8, and he's got a body like that. You know, this guy didn't hit puberty or nothing." He was like, "Well, he's 22." And I was like, "Okay."
Jessica also doesn't believe that Mark knew Stephen nearly as long as Mark claims. As I looked through Mark's Facebook, I found plenty of posts about Stephen, but almost all of them were after his death. The earliest post I could find was a few months before Stephen's death, when Mark changed his relationship status. Looking at this post, I remembered that you can add and change life events retroactively, and figured out that he actually posted this 2 weeks and 2 days before Stephen's death. So Mark claims to have known Stephen for a year and a half, but the first time he posts about Stephen is only 16 days before his death. It's possible they knew each other for longer, but I definitely found this interesting, especially in the context of this next clip.
You said he started acting real funny about his life, I guess, about what he was doing. And it was about 2 weeks prior to his death?
He was acting a little secretive.
Okay. So he was becoming more secretive then. And then was that with the whole family, including you?
Yeah, that was with the whole family.
Could Mark be responsible for the death of Stephen? Maybe, but Mark is extremely open to the cops thoroughly investigating him.
Wow, these two videos, amazing freaking content, amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you for even Stephanie making these recordings. Like, without this information, thank you to the person presenting this information. Like, thank you to everybody involved, whether it's of you or of you. Like, I'm definitely going to have to go through this episode again and really sit down and I'm going to put it in the timestamp, and I'll let everybody know. You just go to the 2 hour and 38 minute mark of the show. And from that point on, it'll start with the voice recordings at the end of episode 1. And it starts off with the voice recordings of the beginning of episode 2. And I'll have the end of the timestamp when it comes to the actual recordings. I think these are the things that we really need to focus on. Wow, this is amazing information. And thank you, everybody, for being in here, and thank you for your comments. Do you guys think that this guy might have been the person that could have been the person that did what was done? Do you think maybe it was this person that... Maybe it wasn't Buster. Maybe it wasn't Alec. Maybe it was him. Did he maybe... Just curious. Do you guys think speculation? You think maybe he might have been involved in it? That's another question to ask when it comes to this case. I hope so too, SRB. I'm wondering if he was. Maybe we'll find out. If we don't, we need to. I'm sure he was. He had to have been, right? But hell, if they were looking at it like they were looking at it before they reopened it, I wouldn't be surprised if they turned the other way. But you know what? I feel like this too. What if... Like, maybe back then they might have been looking to... What if there was no connection with this gentleman, and maybe that's why they didn't, instead of taking it off of Murdaugh, saying they couldn't find a suspect, maybe if he could have committed the crime, maybe they would have already had him in a trial and all that, right? So it could go either way. It could go the fact that he wasn't really looked into because they didn't want to have anybody looked into, or it could go the way that they already looked into him and nothing was even credible to link him with the crime, and so they couldn't even... And at that point, they just said, no suspect. All right, we're going to go back into this video here. We still got another 15 or so, I believe.
Let me ask you this question. You willing to take a lie detector test saying you don't know anything about his death or had anything to do with that death?
I know a lot about what...
I didn't ask you that. Are you willing to...
I'm willing to take a lie detector test. You want me to bend over backwards? You want me to do whatever you need me to do? I'm telling you, I'm not the one.
Okay.
I don't care what you want me to do.
Maybe that's what it is.
I will do anything you need. You want to search the house? Go ahead and do what you got to do. I'm telling you.
Like I said,
you want to search the car? Search the car.
Right now,
I have no issue with whatever you want to do.
And like I said,
I'm not the one you're looking for.
Right now, you're the closest thing though that we get information from.
Now maybe they did look into him, and that's why, right? But it wasn't really something that did it, right?
What I know is I feel that the escort agency has something to do with this.
What?
I need to preface this theory. I contemplated deeply about including this theory in the video. It's information that Stephen might not want out there. But
What?
I also know that by putting this out there, there's a chance that if people start talking about it, the truth ends up coming out, and we actually get justice for Stephen Smith. In Mark's interview, it comes up that Stephen was using an escort service and Craigslist to make money. If Mark
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and so if this is something that you don't want to see, come back to the show or skip ahead of this show probably about 6 minutes and you'll be good.
Mark was the only one who said this, I probably wouldn't even include it as a theory, but Jessica Smith confirms this activity is something that was going on. From what I can tell, it doesn't seem like it had been going on for very long.
Did you ever know of Stephen advertising on these chat rooms or anything? I mean,
Yeah, he put himself out there.
so he did let people know he was available.
Yeah.
Okay.
When we say advertising, we're talking about.
And this was his twin sister, everybody. So I'm just saying, if you want to skip ahead or pause it and wait 6 minutes and then skip, feel free, please.
Money as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he started getting real secretive. It's a possibility that he might have been doing some of that, receiving money, but y'all just didn't know that. And he may not wanted y'all to know.
In addition to Craigslist, there was an escort service that Stephen may have been involved with.
What I know is I feel that the escort agency has something to do with this. Because he told me when he came Saturday that I was going to have to get waxed
Wow.
down, everything, and look like a boy. And it was going to be, and I said, I'm not comfortable with father-son deal. When we're
Wow. When we're boyfriend and boyfriend. He thinks it's the escort agency. That's interesting.
boyfriend and boyfriend.
Okay. Where's the escort agency?
That I don't know because I only learned about this a couple weeks ago. I don't have information on what escort agency, where it is. Any of the kids, the younger kids, I hate to say it, and it's sick as it could be. If they're 19 or if they're 25 or 36, they want them looking like boys. 90% of these guys that are using the escort agency are guys that have money, and they're usually older, and they're looking for guys that look like kids.
But it's
And speaking of that, JSD is going to be doing a show tomorrow at 2 o'clock Eastern talking about some more of that stuff. It's disgusting. It's everywhere. And it's unfortunate.
seems like the escort agency actually offered a bit of protection, and Craigslist, or freelance, as Mark will put it, is where the real danger is.
The reason why we use escort agencies, Craigslist is entirely a no-no a lot of times. People are getting killed, and escort agency, how it works is if I go out on a job, once I get to my destination, I call there. They know I'm there. Once I go in and meet with the customer, if I move to another location or they want to move me, I got to call the escort agency. That's the difference about using an escort agency and doing a freelance. Freelance, you're going to wind up somewhere dead.
Stephen's mother finds a pass to a gated community on Hilton Head in Stephen's car. The police reach out to the gentleman.
How did you meet Stephen?
So he had placed an ad on Craigslist, so I responded to it. And so he met me I guess it was the evening of June 28th.
Okay. You're not going to be in any trouble for how you answer this question, but for this, was any money exchanged?
No.
Okay. About how many times did you talk to him prior to that, to plan the meeting?
I think we only texted that day. I wouldn't do any harm to anybody, but I know there are some crazy people out there, so I don't do this kind of thing very often.
Wow.
But I just, you read about some bad things that happen once in a while.
I don't think that this man had anything to do with Stephen's death, but this shows that he was not only posting, but actually following through and meeting up with people as well. Craigslist has actually taken down this section of their website because it was just too dangerous for people. 2 weeks leading up to Stephen's death, he was acting out of character and coming home late. The night of his death, he was out at 3 in the morning. Could Stephen's death have been a Craigslist meetup gone wrong? It seems like a real possibility.
He said that he was being harassed at that store. Babu. He said it was a couple of guys in the pickup truck. He said they were rednecks. The last time we talked, that night, before the phone went down, I heard big mud tires. Big mud tires.
All right, they're getting into a different theory. It's a shorter theory. So let me see. I'm going to give it about 1 more minute because I told everybody 6 minutes and I don't want anybody to miss out. Let me get back to chat here. If Buster used or met Stephen, then was he worried he would talk? That's a very interesting question, Justice. I appreciate that. And yes, please send it to me, SRB. We might not be able to get into it tonight, but I definitely want to get into it tomorrow. And we can get into it when I do this slideshow of all these documents that we're going to go over. Thank you so much, everybody, for your links and your information. We're actually, I feel like we're giving this case some justice here together as a collective team. And that's awesome. And I really appreciate everybody. Seriously. It was discovered in the Delphi case. Yes. Female escorts are found. That is true. And a lot of kidnappings too. You know, you see there's documentaries out there about kidnappings that take place when it comes to you know, the escort service and things of that nature. So I'm going to go ahead and let me pause that real quick. This is the link that SRB sent to me. It is, and if anybody would like to go through this and give me some timestamps, it's an hour long. We'll definitely get into it in tomorrow's show, whether it be the afternoon or the evening. So if I do it tomorrow morning instead of Dylan Rounds, I probably won't though. I'll probably save it for tomorrow night. But if I do end up doing Dylan Rounds in the morning, we'll get into it tomorrow night. If you have any timestamps, please do. And because I watched one of their videos earlier today while I was doing some prep for the show this morning, very interesting conversations on that channel, Fitz News. I'll go ahead and share this real quick while we take a break here, just in case anybody did skip ahead or pause it. We'll go back to that video in a second. I'm going to go ahead and like this real quick. It says former sex worker details forced encounters with Lindsay Edwards interview. So yeah, if anybody wants to check that out, give me some timestamps and maybe some short where we can make our own clips out of it, and I can just go to certain timestamps, and then it'd be really awesome. Thank you for sending that link for the other one too. Very interesting conversation I listened to earlier. I was actually going to use part of it during the show, but we're just we're covering so much right now. I'm really going to try my hardest. And that's why I need to do a longer show, and I might do it tomorrow morning instead of Dylan Rounds. I don't know. I might have a week and a half where I don't take a night off. I need to get all these cases. This is, I don't know. I'm not thinking about a day off right now. That's why I did 2 streams today. I listened in like one to get through it quicker. Ooh, good idea. I always forget about that, SRB. Thank you for that. Nice. All right, let me see here. Let me go back to this part 2. Amazing information. Oh my gosh. I didn't even know about this person. So we're going to go back to this. This theory is Theodore, I think it said. Sean. My bad. Sean. Oh, shoot. You didn't switch. 1 second. did not switch. There we go.
In December of 2015, 5 months after Stephen's death, a Hampton police officer reaches out to the highway patrol. He has some new information about Stephen's death. I'm going to put up a graphic for this conversation because, unlike rumor trains we have seen before, this one is relatively short and the relationships are pretty strong. This doesn't guarantee that this is true, but in my opinion, it gives it a little bit more credibility when you really understand where it's coming from.
Sergeant again.
Sorry again, this is Corporal Doug with the Highway Patrol.
Hey man, how you doing?
Good. I'm calling you in reference to, I believe somebody come to you about the case we have there in Hampton County, and I believe this come from is it a Darren? Is that correct?
It's Daryl.
Daryl. Okay.
Yep.
Do you know Daryl?
He is my stepdad technically. Daryl was dating Patrick's mama.
Okay.
So Patrick's basically, he just looked at him as a father figure. He came fishing and hunting and things of that such. So.
Okay. Can you tell me what was told to you? We've tried to get in touch with Patrick, but he's kind of avoiding the call, the contact, and all.
Yeah, we really need to take notes on these voice conversations and come up with our little connections here, like we have investigated, the yarn strings with the thumbtacks on the wall on a pegboard. We need to have this connection thing here. And I might even get like a post-it note GIF or something where I'll even put a picture together. If y'all can help me put this stuff together, I'll make a little screen where we got all these little post-it notes everywhere with yarn going from one to the next.
Oh.
Basically, Daryl called me and he said, look, this is what I was told. Patrick, come over here to the house. He told me that Sean was drunk and hit something. He said he went back the next day to see what it was he had hit, and he seen a lot of police out there. And then he learned, I guess by media, that somebody had been killed in that same area. That's why the police were there. He said that Sean called him crying, saying that that's what it happened.
Sorry, I forgot these videos were loud.
And then Patrick was telling Daryl, and Daryl told me that Patrick was crying, telling him, and after he got finished telling the story, he walked outside his house and threw up.
Okay.
He said, Nick, I think that Patrick was with him. He said, why else would he throw up and get all upset like that? Because somebody else had done something.
Right. Did he go into any detail about how it happened? Supposedly
he had fixed his mirror. He had patched one of the mirrors up on the truck.
Okay. All right.
They try to reach out to Daryl and even go looking for Patrick, but are unable to connect with either of them.
Had a couple of people out looking for Patrick. Do you know any other way we can contact him?
I might can get a number. I'm not positive. I can't say that he would answer.
Right.
This one audio interview and a single paragraph in the case notes are the only things made available in the case files that I got from Highway Patrol. I decided to do some digging on my own. I checked out Patrick's accounts first. His Facebook only went back to 2019, but his Instagram went back to August of 2015, 1 month after Stephen was found dead.
What?
I did find this timing interesting. Either he just happened to create an Instagram 1 month after Stephen died, or he deleted everything from the time Stephen died and back. As I kept looking through Sean's social media, I noticed that he hung out at a farm quite a bit. I remember there was a farm less than a mile down the road from where Stephen's body was found. The police even had a quick interview with the owner, a farmer named Mr. McMillan. Here's what it said. We then went to McMillan Farms on the same road, and Lieutenant Corporal Rowell and I spoke with Mr. McMillan, who runs the farm.
Oh, we need a screenshot of that real quick. Let me go full screen. If anybody would like to take one as well, I'll go ahead and leave the YouTube link in the screenshot because it doesn't affect it at all. So There we go, the McMillan Farms, and Stephen found here. There's another aerial picture of the location. All right, we're going to go back to the video here.
After speaking with Mr. McMillan, he advised his trucks weren't running at this particular time since there was no grain to haul.
Ooh, I like how that looks.
Could this be the same farm that Sean seems to spend so much time at?
In full
It
screen.
seems like a long shot as there's so much farmland in that area, but I decided to try and figure it out. The first thing I noticed was most of Sean's photos at the farm are in Crocketville. Crocketville is a small area outside of Hampton where Stephen's mom was found. I then came across this photo with the hashtag McMillan Farms.
Whoa.
Okay, so we know he spends time at that farm. Then I came across this picture of Sean and his grandfather. Turns out Sean's grandfather is Mr. McMillan, the man that the police spoke to the day Stephen died, less than a mile from the crime scene. Let me be clear here. None of this proves that Sean was involved in Stephen's death.
Right.
But looking at all of the evidence together,
Wow.
it does seem like this angle should be investigated much further.
Wow.
The last thing that we need to explore when looking at this theory is the timing of it.
We got this back on December the 9th, and we've had a couple people out looking for Patrick.
Remember last episode when I said a tip came in about Xavier and Buster being involved in Stephen's death?
Wow.
This tip came in on December 7th. The tip about Sean came in 2 days later on December 9th.
Whoa.
Not much was going on 5 months after his death, so the timing of these makes me wonder if they are connected somehow. I can think of 3 reasons these tips came in so close together.
What
One,
a great mind,
it
Eric
really
Allen.
just is
Thank
a
you.
coincidence, and they had nothing to do with each other. 2, the tip about Xavier and Buster was real, and potentially the Murdochs got Daryl to make up the Sean story to throw the police off. Or 3, the tip about Patrick and Sean is real, and the anonymous tip about Xavier and Buster is the one that was put in to throw the police off. We don't know how long it took for Daryl to contact the police after Patrick told him about Sean. So it's totally possible that Daryl and Patrick's conversation took place before the Buster and Xavier tip was put in. There was one sentence in the police notes about the Sean tip that I can't quite wrap my head around. The last sentence in the report says this: Daryl stated that the reason he was passing this information on was because Randy Murdoch told him to call. What does this mean? There is no explanation for the context of this, and there was no audio recording of Daryl speaking with an officer. Did Daryl reach out to Randy Murdoch for advice after Patrick told him about Sean, and Randy told him to call the police? Or could this mean something else? I have no idea. So could the death of Stephen Smith be related to the murder of Paul and Maggie Murdoch? I actually think it's possible. And I have a theory that connects the boating accident, the death of Stephen, and the murder of Paul and Maggie together. Looking through Sean's profiles, I saw that around the time of Stephen's death, he was best friends with someone we have seen in this story before, Anthony Cook. Sean and Patrick were friends with Anthony, Connor, and Paul. I'll be covering that theory in the next episode, which will partially cover the death of Paul and Maggie.
Oh, wow, there's more?
One thing that I want to address in this episode is how important it is to presume innocence until proven guilty.
Right on.
The people we spoke about in this episode might be completely innocent. I couldn't help but think what it would be like to be featured as a murder suspect in a video that's going to get thousands or hundreds of thousands of views, and knowing that I had nothing to do with it. At the end of the day, we don't really know what happened, but somebody does. If you are watching this and you have information that could help bring justice to Stephen, I want to encourage you to do the right thing and reach out to the authorities. If you are the one responsible for Stephen's death and you're watching this right now, you do not have to keep the secret forever. It will eat away at you until the day that you die. You can choose right now to do the right thing. It won't be easy, and it will have consequences, but I promise you, you will feel better.
Well said,
You'll
sir.
be giving Stephen and his loved ones the answers that they've been searching for so long.
Well said.
You'll be able to live out the rest of your life knowing that you made a huge mistake, but that you had the courage to own up to it and do the right thing. On December 30th of 2021, an event was held to honor the life of Stephen Smith. Money was raised for a scholarship fund in Stephen's name as we gathered and celebrated his life. I got to spend time with a few other friends that are also telling this story and had the honor of meeting Stephen's mother. At the event, she was gifted a beautiful painting of Stephen. His death was a huge loss, but I think he would smile seeing that his legacy is having a positive impact on the world.
That is so amazing.
Thank you all so much for watching.
That is so
a
amazing.
Subscription or a like on this video. I'd be honored.
Yes, please do. Subscribe and like. Amazing mind here. Thank you for the content, sir. I feel like I need to go into the next video here. That was all voice recordings. So it's an hour and 10 minutes so far, these voice recordings. You know what? Let me look at this. Let me switch to this real quick. Let me look at something here. I know it's getting late. Okay. So this is the last. I think what I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to play this part 3 of it. This is the last part when it comes to the involvement of the Stephen Smith crime. And that's all we're focusing on. Yes, you know what I'm saying? That was beautiful. I set my painting stand up. I need to fit that in too. There's just so much to talk about too. There's just so much to talk about. I wish I had an 8-hour show every day. I really do. One day I hope that I can have an 8-hour show with the same amount of days, and I'd be able to deliver all of this content for you guys. One day. Fingers crossed. It'll happen if it's supposed to. Thank you all for hanging out. I'm sorry this episode's going so long, but we really got to deep dive into it. This is part 3. And I understand if you have to hop off. I really do. Please come back to the episode. This is the 3-hour, 50-minute mark where we're getting into part 3. I just feel I need to do this. I appreciate you guys. And Pam, I want to say thank you to Pam because I saw a comment earlier about saying thank you to whoever passed this link on. It was Pam. I want to say thank you to Pam. I appreciate it very much. The best info by far that I've gotten on this case. Thank you so much.
Hampton County 911, where's your emergency?
This is Alex Murdoch at Pt.1 Moselle Road. I need the police to answer immediately. My wife and child just got badly.
Stay on the line with me, okay? Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
The last 4 episodes, we looked at a boating accident in Beaufort, South Carolina, as well as a mysterious death on Sandy Run Road near Hampton, South Carolina. Could these deaths be linked to the murder of Paul and Maggie Murdoch? Before we dive into how these events could be connected, let's quickly recap what we have covered so far. The Murdoch family has been practicing law in South Carolina for over 100 years, and 3 generations of Murdochs served as solicitors from 1920 until 2005.
And I want to say that I do feel that even though some of this stuff doesn't necessarily pertain to Stephen Smith in this part, I do feel that if there's anybody that is just being introduced to this and maybe comes across this video, never heard about this, never heard about the Murdaws, I feel like these little bits that include a little bit of the history and maybe what might be surrounded, right, connecting to it, I feel like this needs to be said as well. So I just want to let everybody know that's why I'm going to be letting this stuff play at the same time when it does come to this case, because these do make a difference as well. And so anybody that's coming across this case for the first time and the Murdaugh for the first time, this is for you.
Connected, let's quickly recap what we have covered so far. The Murdaugh family has been practicing law in South Carolina for over 100 years, and 3 generations of Murdaughs served as solicitors from 1920 until 2005. Randolph Murdaugh III's son, Alec, was married to Maggie, and they had 2 kids together, Buster and Paul. In July of 2015, Stephen Smith was found dead in the middle of Sandy Run Road near Hampton, South Carolina.
It occurred approximately at night. As far as evidence here, there is only evidence of where the body was found.
And they're like, did you know the Murdaugh boys are behind it? You know, saying Buster Murdaugh, the one we went to school with, did it, and some of his friends.
You want me to bend over backwards? You want me to do whatever you need to do? I'm telling you, I'm not the one.
Sean was drunk and hit something.
Okay.
Daryl told me that Patrick was crying, telling him, and after he got finished telling the story, he walked outside his house and threw up.
Fast forward a few years to February of 2019, when 6 people aboard the Murdaugh's boat crashed into a bridge in Beaufort, South Carolina, resulting in the death of Mallory Beach. Aboard the boat were Paul Murdaugh and his girlfriend Morgan, Connor Cook and his girlfriend Miley, and Connor's cousin Anthony Cook with his girlfriend Mallory. Looking at the evidence, I believe it was unclear who was driving the boat, but Paul was charged and was pleading not guilty to 2 felony charges of boating under the influence resulting in bodily harm and 1 felony charge of boating under the influence resulting in death. At the time of Paul's death in June of 2021, he was waiting on a trial date to be set. It was a warm summer night in rural South Carolina when Alec Murdaugh pulled into a 1,700-acre hunting lodge. The family called this property Moselle and were actually using it as their main home at the time. That night, Alec had been at the hospital visiting his sick father, Randolph Murdaugh III. It was around 10 p.m. when he got home, and when his son and wife didn't meet him at the door, he decided to check and see if maybe they were down at the kennels tending to the hunting dogs. What Alec found when he arrived was a horrific scene. His 22-year-old son, Paul, had been shot twice with a shotgun, once in the shoulder and once in the head. And his 52-year-old wife, Maggie, had been shot multiple times with a rifle. The time is 10:07 p.m. when Alec calls 911. The entire call is about 7 minutes, but we've cut out a lot of dead space for this video.
This is Alex Murdaugh at Pt.1 Moselle Road. I need the police to ambulance immediately. My wife and child have been shot badly.
Stay on the line with me, okay? Yes, sir. Stay on the line with me, okay?
I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay. Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel.
Okay, and did you see anyone? Okay, is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Is she? Okay, do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
What color is your house on the outside?
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay, is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay, and what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdoch.
Okay, did you hear anything, or did you come home and find them?
No, man, I've been gone. I just came back.
Okay, and was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Oh, man. Oh.
That is so fake.
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you. Me asking you these questions don't slow them down, okay?
That's so fake.
And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot, but what about your son?
Right, Pam? That is so fake.
They're not moving.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, I
So fake.
not particularly, really, no, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there. Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been en route with you ever since you've got on them with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you. Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdoch, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are?
21.
Do you have your flashers on for me, Mr. Murdoch?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
Oh. Ma'am, I'm going to call. I need to call some of my family.
Okay. Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you.
Absolutely.
Okay. But we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashers on for me?
I do.
Okay. All right. Just whenever you see them.
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay?
And I will answer if you call.
All right.
Police arrived shortly after and secured the scene. Unlike the two other events that we have covered, the investigation into this case has very little info that's been made available to the public. Here's what we know at the time of recording this episode.
Thank you,
The coroner
sir.
determined the time of death to
Amazing
be between 9
videos.
and 9:30 p.m. So Alec discovered the body shortly after the murders took place. Maggie's phone was missing from the scene and was found the day after the murders on another road near the property. Alec and Buster put out a $100,000 reward for info leading to the arrest of Paul and Maggie's killers. One thing that many people point out when looking at this incident is the fact that Paul lived in Columbia, South Carolina at the time. He spent most of his time there, some of it at the Moselle property, some of it at the River House near Beaufort, and some of it at the house on Edisto Beach. The Murdoch family had multiple properties, so it's believed that the killers would have to be familiar with the family to know when they would have been at Moselle. The investigation into the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdoch is still ongoing, and at the time of recording this, nearly 6 months after the murders took place, law enforcement has made almost no information available to the public. I've been doing some speculating in the series, but I've been trying to keep it reasonable and be responsible about it. Some of my personal thoughts I've left out of these videos because I didn't feel like there was enough evidence to support them. This episode is going to be a little different. In order to cover the theories surrounding who killed Paul and Maggie Murdoch, we have to speculate. as much evidence as I can to support each theory. The evidence is extremely limited, and much of it is circumstantial. Remember, the idea of being innocent until proven guilty is extremely important, and as we look at these theories, we want to hold our belief in them lightly and with a grain of salt, knowing that they're just possibilities. There has been speculation that the murders of Paul and Maggie were somehow retaliation for the death of Stephen Smith. In my opinion, this doesn't really make any sense. Buster was the one potentially implicated in the death of Stephen, not Paul or Maggie. In addition, I've met Stephen's mother, Sandy, and I know people who actually know her, and she really is the sweetest lady. Stephen's mother was questioned by the police and nothing came of it. Stephen's father passed away in 2015, years before the murders of Paul and Maggie. There's honestly not much to cover here. We do know the investigation into Stephen Smith was reopened based on information received while investigating the murders of Paul and Maggie, but I think that might tie into another theory. When I first heard about the murder of Paul and Maggie, it was told to me in the context of the boating accident. My roommate John, who's actually been helping me with these videos, came home and said, "Did you hear what happened to the guy who was driving the boat when Mallory Beach died? Him and his mother." It's easy to speculate that their deaths were revenge killings for Mallory's death, whether that be from Mallory's boyfriend Anthony or from Mallory's family. Here's what we know. All of the parties involved in the boating accident voluntarily submitted to questioning, as well as provided DNA samples. We don't have recordings of the interviews available, as this is an ongoing case. Mallory's family came out with this statement via their lawyers after the murders of Paul and Maggie. This is what it said. "The Beach family extends its deepest and warmest sympathies to the Murdaugh family during this terrible time. Having suffered the devastating loss of their own daughter, the family prays that the Murdaughs can find some level of peace from this tragic loss. They would like the family and the community to know that their thoughts and continued prayers are with the Murdaughs. It is their most sincere hope that someone will come forward and cooperate with the authorities so that the perpetrator of these senseless crimes can be brought to justice."
The political thing to
In an
say.
interview with Paul's uncles, they share that Paul had been receiving death threats. While Paul had not been found guilty in court,
An
as a
excuse.
local, I can confidently say that he had been found guilty in the court of public opinion. And locally, he was pretty well disliked. The fact that he was receiving death threats.
And he was found guilty in the court of frickin' YouTube, too, because when I was covering this topic, yeah, it's pretty obvious what took place during this crime. I did cover it in one of my first shows I started doing on YouTube. We covered this Mallory Beach thing one night. Yeah. Very messed up. If you don't know about it and you're watching the show, definitely recommend you to look up the whole Mallory Beach. You know, just that alone is interesting as well. And what you're saying, Pam, is very true. All of these connections. You can go back to one of my episodes that we did about the whole, it was probably, maybe a month ago, we did Alex Murdaugh Part 1 and Part 2. All the crimes that are associated with the family. We did 2 nights of it. A lot of stuff.
Doesn't surprise me at all. There's a small possibility that his death was a result of locals taking action into their own hands. But at this time, there's no evidence to support that.
And this is what I always
the
thought.
Investigation into the death of Stephen Smith was reopened because of information received while investigating the murders of Paul and Maggie.
Yes,
But
it
we
was.
don't know what that information is.
No, we don't.
Remember Sean and Patrick from the previous episode? Let's get to know them a little better.
Ooh.
As far as Patrick goes, what do you feel about Patrick?
As far as a good-hearted person, I think he is, but I think he's a little
Is he shady? Yeah, I'm not trying to be. I'm not trying to be, put words in your mouth. Don't get me wrong, but that's the best way I kind of describe people sometimes when.
Well, that was the word I had in my mind, but I was trying to think of a better way to put it.
I understand.
His real dad is not a outstanding society member.
Been arrested, before.
Yeah, and I think he's into some drugs and stuff like that. So,
do you think Patrick, does he have a criminal background?
He was charged with attempted murder, but I'm not exactly sure what the circumstances behind that was. I want to say that was one of them times that they may have charged him a higher charge to work their way down.
Yes.
Whoa.
He's a little shady.
Okay.
That's probably the perfect word to use.
Okay.
In 2015, Patrick lost his temper and shot at a vehicle with people inside. Sean was with him at the time. Patrick was charged with attempted murder, but the charges ended up being dropped.
Whoa.
Just a few months later, their names are brought up in the death
Wow.
of Smith. At that time, Patrick and Sean were friends with Paul, Anthony, and Connor. Here's the theory. Let's say some combination of this friend group were present the night that Stephen Smith died. And because they were all friends, this entire group knew about what happened that night. Fast forward to the boating accident. Paul is charged and awaiting a trial date to be set. He's under a lot of pressure and tells the friend group, if you don't come forward and say that I wasn't driving the boat, I'm going to come forward about what really happened to Stephen Smith. Patrick and Sean weren't even on the boat that night in 2019, but if
Whoa. Let's hear that again. Hold on 1 second.
Here's the theory. Let's say some combination of this friend group were present the night that Stephen Smith died. And because they were all friends, this entire group knew about what happened that night. Fast forward to the boating accident.
All right, 1 second. Screenshot time. Wow. Not just 3. Speculation. Now, it's a different theory. Very interesting theory. I am definitely gonna have to go through this episode again tomorrow. From the 2-hour 38-minute mark and on. Holy crap. After this video's done, I'm going to go ahead and end the episode. What an episode tonight. Thank you, everybody, so much. About another 10 minutes. And then I'm going to go ahead and end the episode. And I will start up a new stream for 5 minutes afterwards. I just need to throw in a title. And I'll be hopping on for a little bit of games if you're going to be joining me. Or I might, if it's too late, I understand. If it's too late, I might just hit up the casino or shoot some pool. And then you can hang out with me if you're chilling and bored. All right, we're going to go into the last few minutes of the video. Eric Allen, thank you so much for these videos. So impressive. Thank you so much. I definitely need to check out more content on his page to see if he does make anything that refers to any of these other cases that we cover. Because I feel like I need to feature this. He's got his own thing going on. The dude's got 178,000. You know what I mean? I'm just a minnow. But I feel like with the way that he presents the information, the way he delivers with the information, the way that it's a filet mignon steak. You know what I'm saying? This is what we get from all his hard work and effort. And even if I'm a minnow, I feel like I still need to showcase because, man, this is amazing work. I understand, everybody. I know it's a late night, and I appreciate you so much. Seriously, I do. We just had to cover this. I came across this. Thank you, Pam. We did watch the first one on Tuesday night. I had no idea there was a number 3 and a number 4 because I got so much going on when it's a live show, so there's little bits of stuff that I don't catch. And I'm definitely glad that this was an unexpected but a very interesting direction for tonight when it comes to all this information, because I feel with this episode that we do on the show and how we do the show, I feel like the information that we were able to showcase from these other creators and from these links that you give, and amazing jam-packed show with information. a lot of stuff. It's almost like I got to listen to it a few times, but I can't do that. But I'm definitely going to try and listen to it again. Thank you so much for everybody for all your help and everything. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
As they were all friends, this entire group knew about what happened that night. Fast forward to the boating accident. Paul is charged and awaiting a trial date to be set. He's under a lot of pressure and tells the friend group, if you don't come forward and say that I wasn't driving the boat, I'm going to come forward about what really happened to Stephen Smith. Patrick and Sean weren't even on the boat that night in 2019, but if Anthony or Connor didn't come forward to clear Paul's name, Patrick, Sean, and whoever else was there the night that Stephen died would be implicated in the death of Stephen Smith. This theory doesn't assert how Stephen died, whether it was some sort of accident or on purpose. It also doesn't assert that Paul was or wasn't driving the boat. Whether he was driving or not, he could still make the threat for the others to come forward and clear his name. The core of this theory is that Paul was killed to keep the truth from coming out about what happened the night Stephen Smith died. So how much evidence is there to support this theory? I'm going to be honest, there's not much, but there isn't much evidence to support any theory. And as someone who has spent tons of time researching this case, I just couldn't shake this one. At the end of the day, we do know that 2 people lost their lives. This was said about Maggie Murdock in her obituary. Maggie graduated from the University of South Carolina in 1991, where she met her husband, Alec. She was a member of Kappa Delta sorority and has kept in touch with many of these friends over the years. Maggie and Alec raised their 2 sons in Hampton, South Carolina, and enjoyed spending their summers at their beach house in Edisto. Maggie had a heart of pure generosity and loved welcoming friends and family into her home on any given occasion. She adored her family and cherished spending time on the boat with her 2 sons. She will be remembered as a second mom to her son's many friends.
Wow.
She made the most out of every situation and lived each day to the fullest.
Aw. Thank you so much, Eric Allen.
I didn't know Paul Murdock, and according to some stories we have heard,
Wow.
he's done some messed up stuff.
Amazing
I'm not
content.
here to defend those actions, but I know that he didn't deserve to be killed for them.
Amazing content.
It's so easy to judge someone without taking into consideration the wider context of how they became who they are. I had amazing parents, and I'm genuinely grateful for how they raised me. Who's to say any of us would behave any differently at 19, given the same upbringing that Paul had? When Paul got drunk, his friends said that he would act completely differently. They even gave his drunk alter ego the name Timmy. It seems to me that many of the people following this story assume that Paul was Timmy all the time, but we actually know very little about who Paul really was. Maybe he is a villain in the story, but even if he is, his opportunity to change, mature, and become a positive member of society was taken away from him, and that's not okay. I'm different right now than I was at 19, and I'm sure the same could be said about many of you watching. Regardless of who Paul was as a person, his life was cut too short. This was written in Paul's obituary. Paul grew up with a love for the outdoors and particularly enjoyed hunting at their lodge in Moselle with his father Alec and his brother Buster. He was a junior at the University of South Carolina, where he was often found cheering on the Gamecocks with his friends and family. Paul never met a stranger and had an abundance of friends. He was always eager to lend a helping hand to anyone in need. No one was more loving and genuine than Paul, and because of this, his personality was one of a kind. I know it seems like we've covered a lot, and we have, but trust me when I say this story is far from over. The next few episodes, we're going to explore another death connected to the Murdock family, as well as some interesting connections that the family has, and how those connections might have played a part in the murder of Paul and Maggie Murdock. Stay tuned because the rabbit hole goes much deeper.
And yes, it does. And if you're interested in finding out more about that, these videos are from a year ago, so just understand that. So if you are watching this and you are interested in learning more, definitely subscribe and hit the like on these videos to Eric Allen. I have no doubt it's going to be the best information that you'll be able to find on YouTube when it comes to any of these videos that he's made. I don't even need to go look at these other videos. Bravo to this gentleman. Dude, you are one of the best YouTubers I've came across when it comes to the information that I've used for my show since I started my show. Man. Wow. Thank you so much, Pam, for this heads up. SRB, thank you so much for all your information tonight, too. Seriously. I really appreciate it, everybody. Amazing stuff. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end the show. I'm actually going to be live in about 10 minutes, not 5. I want to kind of redo this title of this show real quick after I end it. Definitely want to give out some credit to Eric Allen for all this information in the description. Amazing. Definitely need to put his channel in the description because this needs to be featured as well. Amazing stuff. And then I got to respond to some emails real quick, and then I'll go ahead and get whatever game anybody ever wants to play. So if you do want to play something, let me know in chat as I'm ending the show, and I'll go ahead and get that ready. If not, I'll just go ahead and play maybe some pool or casino by myself, and you guys can hang out with me if you're still bored and you want to just say what's up. You can even join open panel too. You got a lot of info out tonight and really great stuff at that. No, thank you for your guys' hard work. I present what you guys find for me, and that's why seriously, once a week, it's gonna be official. Once a week, whatever night it is for you guys, once a week, I'm having an open panel for your thoughts and opinions on everything that we're talking about, because it's your hard work that helps make this show go the way that it does, the way that we're able to get this out there. The brain stew that we have in chat when it comes to in chat and panel, it's just amazing stuff. Jam-packed is right. Appreciate it. All right. Good night. Good night. Kevin Kraft, how much longer you got for work, my friend? Because I'm going to be up a little bit longer. We might be able to get into some pool. Maybe, I don't know. You got a long shift, though. I totally understand. You're probably ready to go right to bed. Then you got another 12-hour tomorrow, I think, right? So you need all the sleep you can get, buddy. Good night, everybody. Appreciate you so much. Yes, I got to get back to some emails, too. So if I don't see anybody shooting a game out there, I might take maybe 15 just to make sure I can take my time getting back to these emails that I got throughout the show. So I want to thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate it. I hope you have a peaceful and positive night, sleep, morning when you wake up. I'll see you in the morning. I'm going to be doing another show in the morning, and then I'll see you in the evening for another episode for sure of the same case. Thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you, and I can't wait to spend more time with you tomorrow.